Thank you very much, the University Choir. And now, as they exit the stage to give way to the Daystar University chaplain, Reverend Miano Weche. Here at Daystar University, it's a Christian university, and we start all our events and our meetings with our prayer and reflection. And we have the university chaplain to lead us with that. Reverend Miano Weche.
Good morning to you all, and welcome to Daystar University. My name, as you've heard, is Miano. By God's grace, I am very privileged to serve as one of the chaplains at this great university. And I'd like now to invite us to turn our hearts towards God for prayer and say the Lord's Prayer together. Our Father in heaven, hallowed be your name. Your kingdom come, your will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our sins as we forgive those who sin against us. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For the kingdom, the power, and the glory are yours, now and forever. Amen. O God, open your word to our hearts, and our hearts to your word, and give us grace to receive it, to understand it, and to obey it for the glory of Christ our Lord. Amen. This morning I would like to read from Ephesians chapter 2. Ephesians chapter 2, Paul's letter to the Ephesians, chapter 2, from verse 11 to 22. So then, remember that at one time you Gentiles by birth, called the uncircumcision by those who are called the circumcision, a physical circumcision made in the flesh by human hands. Remember that you are at that time without Christ, being aliens from the commonwealth of Israel and strangers to the covenants of promise, having no hope and without God in the world. But now in Christ Jesus, you who once were far off have been brought near by the blood of Christ, for he is our peace. In his flesh he has made both groups into one and has broken down the dividing wall, that is, the hostility between us. He has abolished the law with its commandments and ordinances, that he might create in himself one new humanity in place of the two, thus making peace, and might reconcile both groups to God in one body through the cross, thus putting to death that hostility of the apostles and prophets, and Christ Jesus himself as a cornerstone. In him the whole structure is joined together and grows into a holy temple in the Lord, in whom you also are built together spiritually into a dwelling place for God. This is the word of God. And in summary, what Paul does in that short passage I just read, Paul gives the bad news, and then he gives the good news, and then he gives the result of that. It's really a summary of the gospel message in the Christian tradition. The bad news is that humanity is lost and hopeless, that humanity dwells in darkness. The good news is that God sends a Savior in Christ Jesus, and the Savior doesn't just bring healing to individuals, but he brings communities together. And the result of that is a new humanity, a new people of God without any hostility in their hearts or among them. This is the gospel of Christ. But where does the problem begin? Let me start with an old question in the scriptures. One of the earliest questions we read in the Bible is a question that God poses to Adam and Eve in the book of Genesis. After they have been deceived to think that God is withholding something from them, that God is hiding something from them, they are deceived into disobedience. And when God visits them later, finding them hiding in their shame, the question that God asks is, what have you done? And I don't know how the question is framed, but what have you done? The same question is posed to Cain when he kills his brother. What have you done? It's an important question because it exposes humanity's shame. It's not an investigative question in God's mouth, but an invitation for Eve to come to terms with a new emerging reality, the reality of brokenness, loss, the movement from full blessing to partial blessing, the movement from peace to chaos, the movement from beauty to ashes, the movement from life to death. It is a moment of deep realization that so much has been lost and broken by that one act of sin. And most tragically, the loss of humanity. Through that first sin, human beings immediately become less human. And there's a deep shame that sets itself upon the heart of humanity. And that shame reaches its deepest point with that question, what have you done? And so begins the great estrangement that we see in the world. And so begins the dehumanizing ways in which human beings relate with one another in their brokenness. It's a movement away from being human to being less human. And the point always is to inhabit most fully our humanity, not to transcend it. Because we can never be anything more than human. That is the limit. But in being dehumanized, our shame moves us to violence. And so the world is marked by much violence of all kinds, tracing its way back to that original shame. The shame that our first parents experience is the master emotion, that powerful emotion that alienates both inside and outside. It controls behavior, sometimes in very unexpected ways. And even though there's a complex psychological and social process in the movement from shame to violence, we know at least, and we have observed at least in the case of Cain, and we see it repeated, we see this pattern repeated in the world all the time, that shame often leads to humiliated fury, where shame quickly turns into destructive forces of violence, of malevolence. And so the indignity of poverty often forces people to become violent robbers, and they justify it because they feel they have to cure their poverty by violently robbing other people. Nations fighting for their own dignity go to war with other nations, sometimes just in an attempt to prove their worth and dignity, that they have a right to be nations, that they must be recognized, go into war with other nations. Insecure men meet violence on their spouses just to prove a point. Children are humiliated by parents in homes just to prove a point. And so the rest of human history is marked by increasing darkness and alienation from God and other human beings. We experience it inwardly and outwardly. And all the groaning and sighing that comes with it. Deep despair, dysphoria, forgotten peace, estrangement with the very source of life. In fact, some people advance their violence into a deep hatred for God or anything to do with God. Paradise lost. But God, the gospel message is that God does not forget his creatures and certainly does not forget his people. So the people who walk in darkness will see a great light. The coming of Christ into the world takes care of the great estrangement and paves way for an outpouring of the Spirit on all flesh, as envisioned by the prophet Joel. The return of hope, the rehumanizing of mankind. We are dust, created to be filled with the breath of God. And so God sends his Spirit into the world as a humanizing Spirit. He works to fashion and refashion our humanity. And perhaps the best image in Christian tradition of this is the day of Pentecost, when we recall God scattering people in their pride and confusing the nations. In their pride, we see on the day of Pentecost God gathering the nations back together by pouring his Spirit. So no matter the depth of our shame and alienation, we can raise our shamed selves and gaze upon Jesus, the righteous advocate, himself the propitiation for our sins. In Christ, we can have, again, beauty for ashes. We can have gladness for mourning. We can have grace upon grace. We can have abundant life. And the greatest gift of all, the gift of the Holy Spirit, God himself indwelling us and dwelling among us to conform us to the likeness of Jesus. We can have our true humanity restored in Christ. In Luke's recollection, God comes into the world to set us free. He sends Jesus, in whom we have a mighty Savior, promised of old by God. The promise goes back to the beginning as well, where God, in casting our first parents out of that blissful place called the Garden of Eden, God promises a Savior there. The seed of the woman will strike and crush the head of the serpent. And so Jesus comes to save us from enmity, from our enemies, and from the hands of all that hate us. He comes to show us mercy and to set us free from the hands of our enemies. He sets us free to worship him without fear. He sets us free to become holy and righteous in his sight all the days of our lives. Jesus brings full and complete forgiveness of sins. Jesus is the dawn from on high, breaking upon us, shining on those who dwell in darkness and the shadow of death, guiding our feet into the way of peace. Jesus comes to gift us his Holy Spirit. The same Creator Spirit present at the beginning, the same Spirit who conceives him and works his enfleshment, the same Spirit who raises him from the dead, the very same Spirit midwives our faith. By the power of the Spirit, the Word of God takes humanity to himself, to that broken, so that that broken humanity might be restored. The Spirit of God enables us to become new people and live as new people. The Spirit is given to rehumanize us. There is a deep and intimate connection between spirituality, the work of God's Spirit, and our own deepest and truest humanity. And so we can say confidently that this Spirit of God is a humanizing Spirit. It is the breath of God that transforms dust into a living soul. The work of the Holy Spirit, therefore, is to fulfill, to complete, to create and recreate our humanity, to remake us after the perfect humanity of Jesus Christ. And apart from him, we can only sink further and further away from our humanity. We can only become more violent. We can only become more malevolent. In bringing this reconciliation to us, God also puts us on a mission to take the same reconciliation into the world. We don't just become a new humanity, one people in the Spirit. We also become ambassadors for Christ, messengers of peace. We bring God's cure to the world as ministers of reconciliation. And so before Jesus departs the world, he breathes upon his disciples and he gives them his Spirit and his peace sown in their hearts through his Spirit. And that is the opportunity, an invitation we have to bring reconciliation to the world, to remove the alienation within ourselves and among ourselves. God is calling us to new friendship. Friendship with him, friendship with ourselves. God is inviting us to give up our shame and to stop hating ourselves. God is calling us to give up our shame and stop hating our neighbor, to become friends with the person next to you, to become friends with the people on the next table, to become friends with the people in the next town, the next nation, the friendship of nations, gathered as one new humanity in Christ. That is a challenge and invitation to all of us to consider this reconciliation, this removal of alienation, this removal of enmity that God invites us to in his Son, Jesus. And to open our hearts and to welcome it so that God can remove hostility from our hearts and plant seeds of hospitality there. Let us pray. Thank you, Father, for drawing us to yourself. Thank you for removing our alienation and including us in your household. Thank you for your peace, which you have sown in our hearts and in our communities. Thank you for reconciling us to yourself and to one another. Thank you for making out of us one new humanity. Thank you for removing hostility from among us and putting hospitality in our hearts. Thank you for joining us together into a holy temple in the Lord, built into a dwelling place for you. As one body, send us out to sow the same peace in the world. As you have reconciled us to yourself, send us out to proclaim the same reconciliation to the world. So make us channels of your peace. Where there is hatred, let us bring your love. Where there is injury, your healing power. Where there is doubt, true faith in you. Where there is despair, let us bring hope. Where there is darkness, only light. Where there is sadness, ever joy. Make us channels of your peace. It is in pardoning that we will be pardoned, in giving to all that we will receive, and in dying that we will be born to eternal life. Spirit of God, grant that we may never seek so much to be consoled as to console.
Miano Weche, the university chaplain, and again, he reminds us of key critical issues as Christians here, yes, and I know people of the family of God, depending on where you take your faith. He says we are called, we have a responsibility to bring reconciliation to the world and to create new friendships and to remove hostility, plant seeds of hospitality. And it speaks to us for this event today. Welcome to the Daystar University Diplomatic Day, and this day is brought to you by the School of Arts and Social Sciences, specifically the Department of Peace and International Studies at Daystar University. On behalf of our Vice Chancellor, Professor Laban Peter Airo, in absentia, represented here by the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academic Research and Students Affairs, Professor Samuel Mureithi, Daystar University Management, senators, and members of Daystar University faculty and staff and students. Welcome to this event. This is one of the most celebrated events in the university that is intertwined with academia. The Diplomatic Day today is going to be shared under the theme, Shared Perspectives on the Blue Economy, Maritime Security and Diplomacy ASEAN, the Indian Ocean, and Kenya. Our Dean, School of Arts and Social Sciences, will be speaking very shortly, but just to give us a perspective of what this event is about, we know that today the event is designed to bridge the gap between classroom learning and real-world diplomatic practice. It brings together, of course, very key dignitaries that we are going to meet them today as they are going to be presented here. But again, we are called to view the world and see that there's a continuous shift towards maritime spaces. Oceans have emerged, and there's a critical economic growth. Security cooperation and diplomatic agreements become at the heart of all the relationships that we have, bilateral and other of sort relationships. And for this, Daystar University sits at the center of this discourse. Today, in some of the panel discussions, we are going to focus on themes like diplomacy and maritime cooperation, maritime security and economic development, the blue economy in practice, and regional experiences and lessons learned. And this is going to be brought to you by the guests who have really honored us to be here. And today we have, and I want to recognize, the former Inspector General of Police, representing Ambassador Monica Juma, the Executive Director Designate of United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime. That is Joseph Boynet. And then we have, please appreciate for their presence here. Please, Daystar also help me to welcome and appreciate the presence of the country Excellency Ambassador Nancy Karigithu, Kenya Special Envoy for Maritime Blue Economy, representing the CS of Mining, Blue Economy and Maritime Affairs, His Excellency Hassan Joho. Make her welcome, please. Also honored, we have His Excellency Ambassador Extraordinaire and Plenipotentiary Wajaksono Aji. I got that right? Thank you so much. And then we have the ambassador. He is the ambassador of the Republic of Indonesia to Kenya and chair of the Asian community in Nairobi. He's going to give us a keynote speak today. Again, in the house, you also have Her Excellency Ambassador Extraordinary Plenipotentiary Mary Charlotte G. Tang. She is the ambassador of the Republic of Philippines to Kenya, and she's going to be in one of the panelists. We have His Excellency Ruzaimir Mohammed, High Commissioner of the Federation of Malaysia to the Republic of Kenya. Welcome him, please. Thank you very much. Ms. Ruvini De Silva, Acting High Commissioner of the Democratic Socialist Republic of Sri Lanka to Kenya. Welcome, karibu sana. Then we are honored to have Ms. Piapon Putanapan, Charge d'Affaires of the Royal Thai Embassy in Nairobi. Welcome to Daystar University. Please help me to welcome her. Please also help me to welcome Lieutenant Colonel Ernest Ndirangu, Deputy Commandant of the Kenya Naval Training College, here also with us. And of course, Dr. Solomon Jenga, he's the Director of Research and Programs, Mashariki Research and Policy Center. Daktari, welcome so much to Daystar University. And then of course we have Mr. Paul Karaoke, International Committee of the Red Cross Armed Forces, and he's also going to engage us today. And in Daystar, we say we love guests, and we are so honored to have all of you here. And now let me take this chance to welcome the Dean, School of Arts and Social Sciences, Dr. Josephine Munyao, whose house is hosting this event to welcome us officially. Thank you.
Good morning. Our chief guest, keynote speaker, His Excellency Ambassador Extraordinaire and Plenipotentiary Wajaksono Aji, the Ambassador of Republic of Indonesia to Kenya, and Chair of the Asian Committee in Nairobi. Our Chief Host, Acting Vice Chancellor, Daystar University, Professor Samuel Murithi, who is also the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academics, Research and Student Affairs, former Inspector General of Police Kenya, representing Ambassador Monica Juma, as we have been told, the Executive Director Designate of United Nations Office, His Excellency Hassan Joho, Her Excellency Ambassador Extraordinaire and Plenipotentiary Marie Charlotte G. Tang, Ambassador of the Republic of Philippines to Kenya, His Excellency Ruzaimi Mohammed, High Commissioner of the Federation of Malaysia to the Republic of Kenya, Acting High Commissioner of the Democratic Socialist Republic of Sri Lanka to Kenya, Ms. Ruvini De Silva, Charge d'Affaires of the Royal Thai Embassy in Nairobi, Ms. Piopon Putanapan, Deputy Commandant of Kenya Naval Training College, Lieutenant Colonel Ernest Ndirangu, Director of Research and Programs, Mashariki Research and Policy Center, Dr. Solomon Njenga, International Committee of the Red Cross Armed Forces Program Advisor, Mr. Paul Kariuki, Project Manager for the Djibouti Code of Conduct, Jeddah, Amendment of the International Maritime Organization, Mr. Kiruja Micheni. Other guests invited, the Athi River Campus Principal, Dr. Washira, Acting University Registrar, Dr. Dina Keino, my fellow deans and directors in the house, faculty, staff, students, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to welcome you to this year's Diplomatic Day organized by the School of Arts and Social Sciences, particularly housed in the Department of Peace and International Studies. The goal of this annual event is to link classroom learning and diplomatic world experience as part of 21st century higher education best practices. We endeavor to expose students and faculty indeed in our programs to the industry. And our programs include Diploma in International Relations, BA in Peace and Conflict Transformation, BA in International Relations and Security Studies, MA in Diplomacy, Development and International Security, and an strongly upcoming PhD in Diplomacy and International Security. Allow me to situate this event in its context as a student-organized and driven event, where the student leadership of DUPISA, that is Daystar University Peace and International Studies Association, have worked alongside their mentors in the department to bring us where we are today. At this point, let us applaud the DUPISA students for this wonderful organization. Allow me then to present to you the leadership, and I would at this point ask the leadership of DUPISA to kindly rise wherever you are. Diana Mwende and your group, kindly, as well as the faculty in the Department of Peace and International Studies. I know they are all over making this a success. We appreciate you. Let them receive our appreciation wherever they are standing. I would particularly want to acknowledge our senior and mentor, Professor Philip Mwanika. Kindly wave. Thank you very much, sir. And welcome the head of department, Peace and International Studies, Dr. Justice Musia, who has given us leadership in that area. Thank you for the partnership and graciously for accepting to come and be with us today. We are looking forward to very rich presentations, engagements, and discussions around our theme, shared perspectives on the blue economy, maritime security, and diplomacy. And this is with focus to the Asian, the Indian Ocean, and Kenya. And we are looking forward to engage diplomacy and maritime cooperation, maritime security and economic development, the blue economy in practice, opportunities, constraints, and policy choices. We are looking forward to learning a lot in the regional experiences and lessons, and through the partnership and oceanic governance that we are going to hear about today. We are looking forward to the plenary presentations. We are looking forward to the panel discussions, and we believe at the end of this day, we will be very rich. Once more, welcome to Daystar University. And now it is my pleasure to invite the Acting Vice Chancellor, Professor Samuel Moreithi, to bring his address and declare this event officially opened. Thank you. Welcome him with a clap.
Thank you. Good morning. When I was seated there, our chief guest told me that he's been to many events and in Kenya. But today is the only event that he has observed that keeps time. And I thought that could be a trap. So allow me to ride on the protocols already observed, because I've realized that the protocols are taking 10 minutes, 20 minutes, and so that we can save that time. I have my presentation there. And so if welcome our distinguished guests, and you look at my slides, I've already acknowledged our guests in terms of where they are and their position. And I thought God had spoken to me so that I don't have to really struggle. I saw Dr. Adori here struggling, mentioning these names, and thank you for saving me the agony of doing that. So on behalf of our Vice Chancellor, Professor Laban Airo, who is away and who really decided to be here, I really want to welcome you to Daystar University, the Christ-centered university. Daystar is a Christian university, and we really love our guests. And more so, as a learning institution, we look forward to learning from you. And I think probably this could be one of the universities where you see guests are invited to interact with the student. It means that we are serious in terms of making our learning practical, and especially at the different schools. We have 3 campuses. Daystar has, some of you may have visited our Nairobi campus, our ambassador from Sri Lanka, and sure we were with you just the other day. We have our Nairobi campus, which has about 3,000 students. We have about Athi River campus. This is where we are. What you realize is that Nairobi campus is the mother campus of this campus. Started in 1973. A very small piece of land, 1.2 acres, but has given birth to 350 acres. Talk about a mother who is small, but give birth to a big baby. called Daystar University at the River Campus. But we also have the online campus. We have online campus whereby, again, we have mainly students, especially postgraduate students. That's where we find there. And our former AG and also our other guests. This is the campus whereby we have majority of mature students, including currently we have 6 MPs in our program, and many have graduated, and I'm sure there's room for one more, even from this group. So as a university, again, we are who are we? We are innovative Christ-centered university that transform the church and the society, especially in Africa and beyond. Daystar has its own origin on 2 Peter 1:19 that says, "Until the day dawns and the Daystar arises in your hearts." That's where we get our mission and our vision and our existence. So what's our vision? Our vision is to be a distinguished Christ-centered university of choice, transforming the world through Christ-valued-based education. And anywhere you talk about a vision, you must talk about what? A mission, is it? Yeah, the high commissioners, they have a mission abroad. And so our mission is also here, which is to provide learners with a high education, as you can see there, that equip them to grow spiritually, intellectually, and also enable them to serve as transformative agents in their position to give Christ-centered leadership, both in their own home in churches, church, and society. Our ethos, these are our guiding principles, and these are very important to us. Led by 3 ethos, and this is excellence, transformation, and servant leadership. So when you meet our graduates out there, the first thing you check, you may not know whether they're excellent until you give them a job to perform. You may not be able to know whether they can transform until you give them an opportunity to transform you. But you can be able to know whether they are servant leaders. Yes. Do they serve with humility? Do they serve with care? Which is part of our values, as you can see there. Our values, again, core values, Christ-centeredness. Remember, Daystar is a Christian university, so Christ-centeredness is very instrumental for us. We also want trustworthy students. In the Asian countries, trust is more important than formal transaction. You can sign papers, you can sign whatever MOUs, but if there is no trust, there is no respect, there is no care, you cannot do business with our brothers from the East. And so, Daystar emphasizes that trustworthiness is very, very important, responsibility, fairness, and also citizenship. This university, and I really want to appreciate the management team who are here, the senators, the directors. I said earlier on, we have 10 schools, so I will be talking about that. And the students who have made us to be here. I tell students that if they don't want me to teach them, I have no job. So I plead with them to allow me to teach them, because it's the only way I can retain my job, because they are our primary customer. And so we care. And like I said earlier, in 2019, our population was only 3,500. Today, as we talk, our population is approaching 9,000 in just 6 years. And that can show you God is favoring us. Students from 30 nationalities, over 500 international students are in this university. And who reads? This is the leadership of the university. Some of them, you may know them. Some you may not know them. We have our leader, the Professor Laban Airo, our Vice Chancellor. And we have Professor Muturi Washira, DVC, Planning, Administration, and Planning. Finance, Administration, and Planning. We have our principal, Nairobi campus. I don't know whether he's here. Professor Michael Bowen. We have Professor Boyo there, Director, School of Mission and Theology. And we have others, Professor Butu, who is on sabbatical leave, represented by Dr. Dina. She's here, part of this team. And we have Phyllis, CPA Phyllis Mutua. And for finance, Pius Muya. This is Chief Manager Human Resource. We have our legal manager, Mweni Nyokavi. And you have yours truly, Professor Samuel Moreithi, DVC, Academic Research and Students Affairs, standing before you and also standing on behalf of the VC. See, you clap for me. So Daystar, we have 10 schools. We have 10 schools. And I'm saying these are the schools, as you can see them there, School of Arts and Social Science. That is the school hosting us today. And what you see in this school is replicated in other schools. You go to School of Applied Human Science, they have their own business. School of Business and Economics, they have their own business. School of Communication, School of Education, School of Law, Nursing, School of Engineering and Health, School of Education, I think that's what's repeated, School of Psychology, and School of Mission and Theology. And we have several directorates. I think Dr. Adoli is coming from number 4, our MC for today. Let's clap for her. She's the director, Odell. Yes, it's good to acknowledge. I don't know whether we have anybody from DRICE, Graduate School, Quality Assurance, Academic Affairs is our director there, the acting registrar also, and others. And please note number 4. It's very important for us. Design for delight. We want to design our students in what we do. Excellent services, excellent customer services, excellent quality teaching. We want to ensure that whatever we do it in excellence. Delight is when you come here, I'm sure you've seen that in the surrounding environment, you didn't see trees. We didn't find these trees here. They were not here. These premises and this compound was like our neighbors. We have planted many trees in this university, and we continue as part of caring for the environment. That's why you see how God has favored us, and doesn't it look beautiful? Yeah, it looks beautiful. We can clap for our VC, who has really led in this area. In terms of programs, we have about 79 programs, and again, you can see the percentages. We have 4 PhD programs. Programs carries the majority. We have diploma programs, and we have certificate programs, a total of 79 programs. Now, the school that has invited us here is led by those 3 scholars, researchers, and great leaders, led by Dr. Josephine Munyao, the Dean. I also note Reverend Dr. Justin Musia. He's the HOD Peace and International Studies. Probably that's the one most of you know. He's worked behind the scene, but he's so influential. If today I wanted to see the president, I just need to talk to him. How he will do it, I don't know. But I know I will see the president very, very strong. There is also Dr. Regina Muthoni Kachari. She leads language and performing arts. Those are the programs, and you can see the first program there, Peace and Conflict in International Relations, and there's also Peace and Conflict Transformation. And the one that has brought us here is Dr. Musia with his International Peace and International Day theme, Sharing Blue Economy, Maritime Security and Diplomacy among the ASEAN and the Indian Ocean and Kenya. This is a well thought out theme, very well thought out, because if you think about today, we've concentrated so much on the land, and very little is done in the ocean, especially for our country, Kenya. And I know also is doing a good job in this area, and we appreciate what the government is doing. But I wanted to educate us a bit about this as we tie the theme land. The ocean carries 70% Earth surface, and it also carries 80% of the planet's biodiversity. So the land that we know carries very, very little. It also provides oxygen for every second breath that we take, and is the largest carbon sink, helping limit the impact of climate change. Think about all the carbon and the waste that the ocean is there to help us. If you go to the beginning, God created the earth, and he also created the water. I think he created water as first. Left, right. Blue economy is that we are not just using the economy, the ocean, just to make it. It's also preserving that ocean. Because we know, if we don't care or take care of the ocean, in terms of business in the blue ocean, current $1 trillion. Again, we know about tourism. The economic impact, where it's growing with ocean-related activities expected to double by 2030. Similarly, it will provide livelihood for hundreds of millions of job seekers. About 200 in aquaculture are there. 90% of shipping is done there. And not talk about food, utilize and take advantage of this technology to be able to get even more information about the world. So, as a university, as we are ready to partner, as I've said, in the area of research innovation, joint programs, student exchange, joint curriculum, and the like. As I conclude, I must say this. This university, we are also ready and willing, and I'm using the two, ready and willing, to take advantage of your diplomacy to strengthen Peace International Studies Department, so that it can be the driver of this particular agenda. Finally, we are ready to work with you through strong collaboration and partnership. Ready to work with you. And let's not, this exercise, what we have today, let it not just end here. Let's pursue it with other areas. I know our university choir, let's clap for them. They were here. And you saw how they have performed. They have appeared in many, many events. The Indonesian Independence Day, Sri Lanka Independence Day, and they have appeared in many places. They are also going places. Let's also utilize such so that we can grow our universities, both in Kenya and elsewhere. So I find my final comment is, and this is Genesis, I just want to remind us where we are coming from. That God blessed man, blessed them, and said to them, be fruitful and increase in number. Fill the earth and subdue it. Rule over the fish in the sea and the birds in the sky, and over every creature that moves on the ground. God gave us the leadership of the earth. It's a command to take care of the earth. Let us be steward of this creation. It's a call to join effort. Let us do it. And let's not make God sad when he look down and see how much you have destroyed the environment. It make him sad. Let not make God sad. But in the meantime, let us be steward of this creation, the blue economy, the ocean. Let's join effort to make it better. Let's share our resources and let's do it. We can do it. Thank you very, very much. And with these few remarks, or many remarks, hope I've kept time. I took my time and that of the VC. So 20 minutes. Otherwise, at this point, I want to declare this particular exercise and this day and all that we are doing officially open. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Professor Samuel Muriithi. He's the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academic Research and Students Affairs, but also today he's our Vice Chancellor, representing Professor Laban Peter Airo, who could not be with us because of official engagements, but we are here with the father that remained. Thank you so much, Prof. Thank you. Right. A handy clap for Professor Moreithi as he leaves the stage. And now we are almost rolling into the program. Before we do that, I have a convenience announcement that for those who will be looking for restrooms, just outside, across on your right, that's where you'll get the closest restrooms to use. I also want to recognize the speaker who is going to come just after me, but allow me to welcome and recognize Mr. Mustafa Ibrahim. He's the Deputy Director General and Head of Policy Research and Strategic Analysis Directorate, representing Dr. Abraham Korir Singoi, who is the Principal Secretary, State Department for Foreign Affairs, Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Diaspora Affairs. I'll be reading his bio shortly. We also want to recognize the presence of Mr. Kiruja Mchemi, Project Manager for the Djibouti Code of Conduct, JEDA Amendment, and International Maritime Organization. Please welcome and appreciate them. So the next session, we are going to go to official speeches today, and allow me to introduce to you our first speaker, Mr. Mustafa Ibrahim, and he is a career diplomat with 19 years of experience in international affairs and diplomacy. He currently serves as Deputy Director General, Policy Research and Strategic Analysis at the State Department of Foreign Affairs, leading policy formulations in that department. We also will recognize him as a very keen strategic analysis to advance Kenya's foreign policy priorities. Over the course of his professional service, Mr. Ibrahim has served at the ministry headquarters and at Kenya's diplomatic missions in Tripoli, Libya, and in Paris, France. He has contributed to regional peace and security through advisory roles with the IGAD Special Mission to Somalia, and also formed part of the Kenya delegation to several regional and international meetings. He was seconded to the Public Service Commission between 2022 and 2025, gaining expertise in governance, institutional reform, and human capital management. And of course, as academics, we like to mention that he has a master's in science, security sector management from Cranfield University, United Kingdom, where he was awarded the thesis prize of writing the best thesis. Help me to welcome Mustafa Ibrahim. Please keep on clapping until he reaches the podium. Mustafa Ibrahim is the Deputy Director General and Head of Policy and Research and Strategic Analysis. Welcome to Daystar, and please address us.
Thank you very much. I'm here on behalf of our Principal Secretary, and I think Dr. Radoli has introduced me very well. Thank you very much. Well, the acting VC, Professor Samuel Moreithi, our guest of honor, Ambassador of Indonesia, my senior, Mr. Joseph Boynet, former IG and now Deputy National Security Advisor, Ms. Nasi Karigidu, former PS and now Special Envoy for Maritime and Blue Economy, Excellencies, Ambassadors and High Commissioners present, the Head of Department of Peace and International Relations and Security Studies here at Daystar University, distinguished diplomats, heads of mission present, sorry, I think I'm repeating that, representatives of regional and international organizations present. I'm not sure whether we have any here. Esteemed faculty and students, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Well, it's my honor to convey warm greetings of Dr. Korir Singoi, PS Foreign Affairs, who had intended to join you for this year's diplomatic day. Regrettably, due to other pressing official obligations, he is unable to be present with us here, but has asked me to convey his sincere appreciation to the Daystar University fraternity for the invitation. And now the responsibility of reading the statement has fallen on me. I therefore have the privilege of delivering these remarks on his behalf. Well, it's a great honor for me to join you for this year's Diplomatic Day. This annual forum plays an important role in nurturing the intellectual curiosity and professional foundations of Kenya's next generation of diplomats and practitioners of international affairs. This year's theme, and I suppose I don't have to repeat it because it's somewhere here, I believe, is both timely and strategic. At a time when the global community is placing renewed emphasis on sustainable ocean governance, Kenya finds itself at a pivotal intersection, geographically, economically, and diplomatically, as a literal state in the Western Indian Ocean and an increasingly active voice in regional maritime dialogue. Today, oceans underpin global trade, food security, energy production, and climate resilience. For Kenya and many coastal states, the oceans is no longer viewed merely as a geographic boundary, but as a frontier of sustainable economic opportunity and strategic engagement. Excellencies, esteemed faculty members and students, Kenya's Indian Ocean coastline stretches over 600 kilometers, while its exclusive economic zone covers approximately 142,400 square kilometers, providing a vast maritime domain rich in both living and non-living resources. The blue economy already contributes significantly to national development. For instance, the fisheries and aquaculture sector contributes about 0.7% of Kenya's GDP. The sector supports over 4 million along the value chain, from fisher folks and traders to processors and transporters. National fish production currently stands at approximately 163,605 metric tons annually, with an estimated market value of about US dollars 235 million. Yet, the sector's potential remains significantly underexploited. Kenya's aquaculture production is alone projected to reach up to 450,000 metric tons by 2030. And this is, of course, because of the national blue economy strategy that we just launched. With continued, of course, now with continued investments in technology, infrastructure, and public-private partnerships. Strategic investments in fish landing sites, cold chains logistics, modern fishing fleets, and maritime biotechnology will not only expand economic output, but also create employment opportunities, particularly for youth and coastal communities, while strengthening national food security. Maritime transport is equally vital. Nearly 90% of Kenya's international trade is transported by sea, valued at over USD 3 billion annually. I think this figure also reflects the global average for international trade. And Kenya's ports of Mombasa and the Lamu Port and the Lapset corridor serve as critical logistical gateways to Eastern and Central Africa, a regional market of over 300 million people. Coastal and aquatic tourism further highlights the economic value of our oceans, inland water and coastal tourism, currently, which account for 65% of the total contribution of the blue economy sector, reflecting the immense value of Kenya's maritime ecosystems, coral reefs, beaches, and marine biodiversity. These opportunities are being strategically guided by the National Blue Economy Strategy 2025 to 2030, which aligns with Kenya's Vision 2030 and the Bottom-Up Economic Transformation Agenda, otherwise known as the Plan. Excellencies, esteemed faculty members and students, the State Department of Foreign Affairs and, of course, the Ministry also of Foreign and Diaspora Affairs plays a central role in advancing Kenya's global maritime engagement. Through diplomacy, Kenya promotes sustainable ocean governance, and equitable access to marine resources. Under Kenya's Foreign Policy 2024, oceans and the blue economy has, for the first time, been recognized as one of the 8 focus areas of our foreign policy, alongside peace and security, economic and commercial diplomacy, social-cultural diplomacy, diaspora diplomacy, digital diplomacy, environmental diplomacy, and also global governance and multilateral diplomacy. Well, the elevation of the blue economy focus area signals a clear strategic shift. The ocean now occupies a central role in Kenya's foreign policy architecture. Through our diplomatic engagements, we continue to advance partnerships that support sustainable fisheries and responsible coastal tourism. Kenya's leadership in global ocean, ladies and gentlemen, is well established. In 2018, we hosted the Global Sustainable Blue Economic Conference here in Nairobi. And this, we did it, of course, as a national project. But we actually got very many countries participating, thousands of people, of course, coming from all over the world. And in the end, we mobilized 191 voluntary commitments, valued at approximately 172 billion US dollars to support sustainable ocean initiatives worldwide. We also hosted co-hosted the 2022 UN Oceans Conference in Lisbon, and actively participate in initiatives such as the High-Level Panel for Sustainable Ocean Economy. Looking ahead, Kenya is preparing to host the 11th Our Ocean Conference, marking the first time this important global forum will take place on African soil. This milestone presents a historic opportunity for Africa to contribute more prominently to shaping the global agenda on ocean sustainability and governance. We are also advancing the ratification of the Agreement on Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdiction, popularly known as BBNJ, threatens livelihoods and undermines the sustainability of marine ecosystems. The Western Indian Ocean continues to face a range of security threats, which includes piracy, trafficking, maritime terrorism, and illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing. Globally, IUU, which is illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing, accounts for up to 50% of fish catches in some regions. In Kenya alone, it is estimated to cost the country approximately 698 million US dollars annually in lost revenue and depleted fish stocks. Kenya therefore continues to strengthen maritime governance through cooperation with regional and international partners, and our approach is anchored in key international and regional frameworks, including the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, the African Union's 2050 Africa Integrated Maritime Strategy, the AU Agenda 2063, and the IGAD Maritime Security Strategy. Kenya's naval capabilities, and I'm glad, of course, we have a representative from our naval forces here, the maritime law enforcement agencies, and diplomatic engagement collectively contribute to maintaining the Indian Ocean as a zone of peace, stability, and economic opportunity. Well, diplomacy remains a bridge between national ambition and international cooperation, and through bilateral partnerships, regional institutions, and multilateral forums, Kenya continues to advocate for a rules-based ocean governance and sustainable use of marine resources. Our engagement with partners across the Indian Ocean region and ASEAN reflects a shared recognition that maritime spaces are both economic lifelines and strategic domains requiring cooperative management. The ASEAN's experience in confidence-building dialogue and cooperative maritime governance offers valuable lessons for the Indian Ocean region, particularly in balancing economic development with maritime stability. And to conclude, I am particularly encouraged that this year's Diplomatic Day emphasizes practical and experience-based engagement. The students present here today are not merely observers of diplomacy, but the future architects of Kenya's diplomacy and international engagement. And the State Department remains committed to partnering with institutions such as yours, the Daystar University, to mentor, train, and expose young scholars to the evolving realities of modern diplomacy. In Thank you very much. In conclusion, let us remember that the ocean connects us and that our shared responsibility is to protect it, harness it productively, and ensure maritime cooperation becomes a pathway to sustainable development and lasting peace. I wish you a productive, insightful, and inspiring Diplomatic Day 2026. Asanteni sana. Thank you, Daystar.
Thank you very much for that insight that you give us as even we start the program today, a key event today. And now the next speaker, Professor Moreithi, you challenged me on the pronunciation. I'll make sure I get it right, yeah? The next speaker is His Excellency Ambassador Wijaksono Aji. And he is Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary of the Republic of Indonesia to the Republic of Kenya, concurrently accredited to the Democratic Republic of Congo, Federal Republic of Somalia, Republic of Uganda, UNEP, and UN Habitat. And before we welcome the speaker, Ian, production team, cue in the audio. Thank you. Field of communication, media, and so audiovisual. In this time, we did not have audio, but we could see the pictures and text. Thank you so much. At least we are informed about the Republic of Indonesia, and particularly the Asian nations. To introduce Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary of the Republic of Indonesia to the Republic of Kenya, His Excellency Wijaksono Aji, a seasoned diplomat with over 33 years of experience in international affairs, specializing in regional cooperation, multilateral democracy, diplomacy, and political affairs. Currently serving as the Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary of the Republic of Indonesia to the Republic of Kenya, and concurrently accredited to the Democratic Republic of Congo, Federal Republic of Somalia, Republic of Uganda, UNEP, and UN Habitat. At the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia, he's a proven leader with a strong track record in developing and implementing strategic initiatives, building relationships with the foreign government and international organizations, and navigating complex political landscape. He has been on the forefront of various diplomatic assignments and also has had or held domestic diplomatic assignments. Please help me welcome to the podium His Excellency, and please keep on clapping until he reaches the podium. His Excellency, Ambassador Jacksono Aji. Karibu sana Daystar.
Thank you.
And now you can speak to us.
All right, thank you very much. Excellencies, fellow ambassadors and diplomats, distinguished guest speakers, Mr. Mustafa Ibrahim from the MFDA, Inspector General Police Joseph Boynet, Ambassador Nancy Karigitu, also our gracious host, Acting VC, Professor Samuel Muriti, and our Dean, Dr. Josephine Munyao. Habari ya asubuhi. Wanafunzi, wahadiri, na wageni walikwa. Jina langu Wichaksono Aji, balozi wa Jamhuri ya Indonesia nchini Kenya. Na ninafurahi sana kuwa pamoja nanyi leo katika siku ya diplomasia hapa Daystar University. Good morning to you all. It is truly a privilege for me to join you today at this great university on this diplomatic day, alongside with my colleagues from ASEAN countries, the Ambassador of the Philippines, Ambassador Charlotte Tang, the High Commissioner of Malaysia, Ambassador Ruzaimi Mohamad, and my dear colleague, the Chargé d'Affaires from Thailand, Ms. Piaporn Putanapan, or Amy for short. Also, would like to say hi to my colleague, the CDA of Sri Lanka, who's also here, Rufini. I'm very honored to speak not only as ambassador of Indonesia, but also in my capacity as chair of the ASEAN Nairobi Committee. ASEAN representing 11 member states of the organizations, the association, of which 4 have diplomatic presence here in Kenya. So, ladies and gentlemen and dear students, allow me to begin with a simple reflection. When we look at the Indian Ocean on a map, we might see a vast distance between Africa and Asia. But when sailors, traders, fishermen look at the same ocean, they see something different. They see a highway of trade, culture, and ideas. For Indonesia and for Kenya, the ocean is not a dividing line. It is a bridge. It carries our trade, it sustains our communities, it shapes our strategic environment, and it links our destinies. For centuries, the Indian Ocean has connected Southeast Asia and Africa through commerce, culture, and exchange. Today, it continues to connect us through shared opportunity and shared responsibility. More than 80% of global trade travels by sea. A quotation goes as high as 90%. Nearly everything we use in our daily lives has crossed ocean at some point, from food to energy, to electronics and manufactured goods. And yet, maritime stability is something we often take for granted. Without secure sea lanes, there is no reliable trade. Without stability, there is no sustainable development. Without predictability, there is no long-term investments. Recent tensions affecting key maritime choke points from the Strait of Hormuz to the Red Sea remind us how fragile maritime stability can be. From the ASEAN standpoint, maritime security is inseparable from economic prosperity. Security creates confidence. Confidence encourages investments. Investments generates growth, and growth creates opportunity. But security does not sustain itself. It must be negotiated. It must be coordinated. It must be maintained. And that is where diplomacy becomes indispensable. Dear students, diplomacy is often misunderstood. Many people think diplomacy only happens when leaders meet during crises. But the most important diplomacy actually happens before crises appear. When countries build trust, establish rules, and create habits of cooperation. Diplomacy is often invisible. When it fails, the world sees conflicts. When it succeeds, the world sees stability and often does not notice the effort behind it. In maritime spaces, where boundaries overlap, where interest intersects, and resources are shared, diplomacy is not optional. It is essential. Indonesia understands this reality deeply. We are the world's largest archipelagic state, consisting of more than 17,000 islands stretching between the Indian Ocean and the Pacific Oceans. Our territory spans 5,000 kilometers more, from west to the east, crossing 3 time zones. For us, the sea is not our frontier. The sea is our home. Our waters connect some of the busiest maritime routes in the world. Our coastal communities depend on fisheries, maritime trade, tourism, and marine resources for their livelihoods. As the largest economy in Southeast Asia, Indonesia recognizes that size brings responsibility, but responsibility does not mean acting alone. No country, regardless of geography or economic strength, can manage maritime challenges independently. That is why Indonesia has consistently invested in regional and global diplomacy. Dear friends, Indonesia, as one of the founding members of ASEAN, along with the ASEAN countries present here today, Malaysia, Thailand, the Philippines, plus Singapore, who's not here, we, the whole region, trillion US dollars, making it one of the most dynamic regions in the developing world. But this transformation did not happen automatically. ASEAN, the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, was created in a region once marked by conflict, mistrust, and political rivalry. The stability we see today was deliberately built. It rests on three important principles. First, inclusivity, ensuring that regional frameworks remain open and cooperative. Second, respect for international law, particularly the principles governing maritime conduct and the peaceful dispute of resolution. And third is confidence building, building of trust. Through practical cooperation, not just statements, but concrete actions. In maritime affairs, this cooperation takes many forms. ASEAN member states conduct coordinated patrols in shared sea lanes to enhance navigational safety. We share information to combat piracy and transnational crime. We work together to address IUU fishing, illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing, protecting marine ecosystems while safeguarding economic livelihoods. These efforts reinforce a simple strategic logic. Stability enhances growth. Growth strengthens interdependence, and interdependence reduces incentives for conflicts. ASEAN's outlook on the Indo-Pacific reflects the same philosophy. For us, the Indo-Pacific is not a theater of rivalry. It's a maritime continent connecting regions built on openness, inclusivity, transparency, and respect for international law. And over time, these habits of cooperation help sustain peace. Ladies and gentlemen, Kenya understands the importance of the ocean as well. We've heard Mr. Mustafa Ibrahim speak on this. The Kenyan government has recently launched the National Blue Economy Strategy, elevating the blue economy into a central pillar of its national development. The port of Mombasa serves as one of the most important gateways to East Africa, supporting trade not only for Kenya, but also for neighboring countries such as Uganda, Rwanda, South Sudan, and beyond. Just as Indonesia sits at the crossroad between the Indian and Pacific Oceans, Kenya stands at the maritime gateway to East Africa. In this sense, our countries share something important. We are both maritime connectors. Our ports, our sea lanes, our coastal economies links regions, facilitate trade, and support development. And that is why cooperation across the Indian Ocean matters. The logic of cooperation does not stop at Southeast Asia. 70 years ago, in 1955, leaders from Asia and Africa gathered in Bandung, a city in Indonesia, in a historic moment of solidarity. At that time, many African nations had not yet achieved independence. Yet the Bandung Conference helped inspire a global movement based on sovereignty, equality, and cooperation among developing nations. The Bandung spirit remains relevant today. The Indian Ocean, which once connected our continents through ancient trade routes, continues to bind our future together. Indonesia's perspective is shaped not only by its membership in ASEAN, but also its identity as part of the Global South. Many developing countries depend heavily on maritime trade. Many face the growing risk of climate change and rising sea levels. Many rely on fisheries and coastal economies to sustain livelihoods. For all these countries, maritime stability is not an abstract strategic concept, it's a matter of economic survival. As a member of G20, Indonesia carries the responsibility of ensuring that the voices of developing countries are heard in global discussions on maritime governance, climate resilience, sustainable finance, and inclusive growth. Global maritime governance must not reflect only the interests of the most powerful. It must also reflect the realities of the most vulnerable. Dear Rafiki, beyond ASEAN and G20, Indonesia and Kenya cooperate within the Indian Ocean Rim Association, or IORA. Within IORA, we work with fellow littoral states, many of them are here, to strengthen maritime security, promote sustainable fisheries, enhance disaster risk management, and advance blue economy initiatives. For example, the IORA roadmap on marine debris demonstrates how regional diplomacy can coordinate action to address environmental challenges. Similarly, collective efforts to combat IUU fishing, illegal, unreported, unregulated fishing, show how economic fairness and ecological sustainability can be pursued together. These frameworks illustrate an important truth. Diplomacy produces more than declarations. It produces roadmaps, it produces shared standards, and it builds trust. Again, builds trust among nations. The Indian Ocean is not merely a transit corridor, it is a shared space of opportunity if governed responsibly. When we speak about the blue economy, we speak about opportunity. The presentation by Professor Murithi has underscored that clearly. Opportunity for economic expansion, for job creation, for innovation, for maritime infrastructure, for sustainable-based, ocean-based industries. But the blue economy also carries responsibility. Responsibility to protect marine ecosystems. Responsibility to conserve biodiversity, particularly when a large portion of it is contained therein. Responsibility to strengthen the resilience of coastal communities, and responsibility to ensure that ocean resources are used sustainably for future generations. The blue economy cannot thrive with what kind of maritime future do you want to build? One defined by rivalry, or one defined by cooperation? One driven by short-term extraction, or one guided by sustainable stewardship? Your generation will help determine that answer. Today, I am pleased to be accompanied by several Indonesian university students who are currently interning at our embassy. They represent the next generation of Indonesian diplomats and professionals. I encourage you to engage with them, to exchange ideas, to build networks, and to explore further collaboration. Our booth today, booth of Indonesia, of the Philippines, of Malaysia, of Thailand, also Sri Lanka, is not merely to introduce our countries, but to begin conversations. Please visit our booths. You are also invited to visit Indonesia. I'm sure the ambassadors here are inviting you to visit their countries as well. To visit Indonesia, to explore our maritime nation, to deepen academic connections, and to discover opportunities for partnership. Through initiatives such as the Indonesian Aid Scholarship, we welcome students from partner countries, including Kenya, to pursue higher education in Indonesia. Because diplomacy is not only conducted between governments, it is also built between peoples, between students, between universities, between young leaders who understand that the ocean connects more than it divides. Ladies and gentlemen, dear students, I'm closing my remarks now, don't worry. From the shores of Java, that is in Indonesia, to the coast of Mombasa, our destinies travel across the same ocean. The ocean does not separate Africa and Asia. It connects our future. If we protect it, manage it wisely, and cooperate across it, the Indian Ocean will remain not a source of rivalry, but a source of shared prosperity. That is the promise of maritime diplomacy, and that responsibility now belongs to your generation. Asanteni sana kwa kunishikiliza, karibuni sana kushirikiana na Indonesia. Thank you very much. Terima kasih.
Thank you very much for that very insightful and full of information. At least some of us can say something about our blue economy and maritime. Right, let us appreciate him as he takes his seat again. Now, I know some of you have been wondering, what is this Ambassador Extraordinary Plenipotentiary? The word plenipotentiary actually means that he is invested with full powers to transact any business, power to negotiate treaties, and to transact other business on behalf of his nation. Please appreciate him again. Also, we want to appreciate those students from Indonesia. Where are you? If you can just stand up so that your counterparts in Daystar University can appreciate and acknowledge you. Just stand up. 1 minute from Indonesia. Thank you. Karibu sana Daystar. And so quickly, we go on to the next speaker that will join us here shortly. And he's Mr. Joseph Boynet, former Inspector General of Police. And today, he will be representing Ambassador Monica Juma, Executive Director, Designate United Nations Office of Drugs and Crime. Now, I know most of you know Mr. Boynet by the work that is done in this country. But what you don't know today is that he's here with us at Daystar University, but not just in his capacity, but also because he has been or has served or serves as the Deputy National Security Advisor, and also he serves in the Office of National Security, headed by Dr. Ambassador Monica Juma, whom I have mentioned in the introduction. He has also spent 42 years in the national security sector, having started off as a cadet inspector in the Kenya Police Forces. And then he served in General Duty Police and then the DSI, mostly in the then Central Police of Nairobi area, those years, 84 99 to 84 to 1999, before then moving on to NIS that he served till his retirement. He served in the various capacities in the sector, valuable experience from numerous capacity building opportunities. He rose to the rank of Assistant Director, NIS, Inspector General, the National Police Service, and also served as a Chief Administrator, Secretary in the Ministry of Tourism and Wildlife between 2019 and 2022. For those of you interested to know where he went to school, he holds an MA Diplomatic Studies from the University of Westminster in London, UK, and master degree in National Security Policy Management from the Australian National University, Canberra, Australia. And currently, he's a student pursuing a PhD in International Studies at the University of Nairobi. If you're interested in his research, he's researching around, Mheshimiwa, he should be standing by now. He's researching around areas of security reforms and comparative policy studies and application, as well as contemporary international studies. As a supervisor, I would like, are you mixed methods? Are you quali? Are you quant? Please, welcome. Please allow me and join me to as welcome him to the podium.
Thank you very much, Dr. Adoli, for the excellent introductory remarks. But when you mentioned about the years, it sounded like it was, you're talking about prehistory. And as I was coming, someone told me, whispered to my ears and said, then you must have joined the police when you were 2 years old. I was actually 22 years old. 22. Just like a previous speaker said, it must have been the acting VC, who said that he wishes to ride on the protocols already established. Permit me to do the same thing, but just to acknowledge the presence amongst us of some distinguished guests. We include His Excellency the Ambassador of the Republic of Indonesia, being the current chair of ASEAN and is the partner countries, other members of the diplomatic community, the acting VC, representatives from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ministry of Defense, think tanks, faculty of these institutions, and last but not least, and most importantly in my view, the students who have invited us. So at the outset, I'm delighted to be here with you on two fronts. Number one, having been sent here by my boss, Ambassador Monica Juma, and number two, being also a student in the same discipline that you are pursuing, as you have heard Dr. Adoli say. So if you wish to pick a few lessons from my 4 decades or so in active duty, I'm available. I'm available. So I want to do part A of why I'm here, and that is having been sent by Ambassador Monica Juma to represent her, and first of all to tender her apologies that she wasn't able to come, because as you know, she's in transition to another extremely important diplomatic engagement, and she couldn't be able to come and ask me to represent her. So she tenders also greetings and very warm wishes, and has very high respect for the faculty and this institution for what it stands for. and the students and the graduates produces are men and women of high integrity, of valor, and are dependable. And permit me visit to mention one who graduated from this university, who served me as my PA for 7 years with distinction. He went on to get a PhD and is now a Director General of one of our very important regulatory authorities. If you search around, I'm sure you'll get to know who that distinguished individual is. Let me not say his name today, but I'm sure if you did your research, you will get to know who that person is. So it is indeed true that you, in your realization of your mission, of your vision rather, you do actually produce individuals of very, very high integrity who show servant leadership that they were taught here, and I'm a witness. So at the outset, this being a Christian-based university, and as a Christian myself, I want to thank God for this opportunity to be here today. So I will not read Madam Monica's speech because it is pretty long, but I will share with the organizers of this conference so that it can be accessed by the students and the faculty. But I'll pick just a few reflections, and I will not also repeat what has already been said by the previous speakers. So I'll frame it this way. First, her reflections based on a previous workshop she attended in February of 2023 on the same subject, maritime security, and the opportunities that the maritime domains avails not only to our country and our region, but to the global community at large. So permit me to pick out a few things and as we proceed on to redeem the time. So on February 28, 2023, that's what she says, I stood before another gathering, a joint symposium on the free and open Indo-Pacific that His Excellency the Ambassador of Indonesia spoke broadly and very, very deeply also on the importance of this maritime domain, not only to our interests, but to and the region and the global community as well. So on that occasion, we were marking 60 years of Kenya-Japan diplomatic relations. And she spoke of a world that was at an inflection point. She spoke of the interconnectedness of the Indian Ocean as a shared strategic space and the imperative to move beyond narrow nationalism towards genuine multilateral cooperation. And I guess the students know that at this point in time, there seems to be a bit of pressure, if not quite a lot of pressure, on respect for multilateral institutions. And as Balozi spoke about the importance of adhering to a rules-based framework in international relations, I think we need to continue advocating for the same. So she says, I did not know then that I spoke these words, just how quickly the currents would shift. I did not know that within a year, the conflict in the Red Sea would force shipping to reroute to the Cape of Good Hope, raising costs of every container entering Mombasa. I did not know the ocean warming would accelerate into coral bleaching, at depths previously thought resilient. I did not know that competition for influence in the region that was already visible at that time would intensify into what is considered in some circles as a new scramble for the Indian Ocean. And she says, I perhaps should have known because the ocean does not stand still. Depending on where it is, the currents and the tides may deceive a casual observer. Yet, making reference to a biblical scene, is that yet in the deep sea of a stormy night, the waves can be very unforgiving, reminding us of the tempestuous sea that frightened even the disciples of Jesus Christ, as recorded in Matthew 8, verse 23 to 27. I'm sure many of you remember that, and what Jesus Christ did to calm the storm. Now, at this time and at this point in time, the currents have shifted from where we were in 2023. And therefore, the question that should animate us in this diplomatic day at this university is whether we in this part of the world will be swept along these currents or whether we will learn to navigate them successfully to our advantage. Now, this, therefore, demands that we answer a couple of questions and confront a number of truths and navigate a number of fundamentals. And one of the fundamental truths about the maritime domain is that our boundaries at sea, if ever they are, I'm sure Balozi will tell us whether they indeed are or not, carefully negotiated and UNCLOS, well, are necessities, but they are also abstractions in some respect. They are invisible to migrating fish stocks. They are invisible to marine pollution. They are invisible to transnational criminal networks, such as pirates and IUU operatives, who exploit gaps in legal and security jurisdictions, and therefore demands that maritime governance that cannot be achieved through unilateral assertion alone. It has to be cooperative effort. It has to belong to the province of us all, not me alone, not my way, and the rest of you can find something else to do. It has to be all of us. She cites a famous Ghanaian philosopher called Kwame Anthony Appiah, who said at some point that the boundary of a state must not be the boundary of your moral concern. So when discussing about the Indian Ocean, it's not an abstraction, it's not a moral philosophy, it is an operational reality. For us, as you know very well, and as our good friend from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs spoke about our domain, it stretches for 600 kilometers. And that stretch has witnessed over centuries, over millennia, interactions between ourselves on the western shores of Indian Ocean and peoples from along or within this Indian Ocean domain. And therefore, it gave rise to the growth of ports such as our Mombasa that serve as a gateway to, not for ourselves only, but to much of Eastern and Central Africa. And number two, we therefore need to shift in our thinking. And therefore, this gathering provides an excellent template, so to speak, for these kind of engagements as to how do we awaken our thinking about the vast potential of the blue economy that Professor very, very well expounded for us. And we look at it in the context of the fact that as we define our global relationships, we must know that it's not static. It is a dynamic space, and keeps transforming. I know I'm speaking to scholars, and I guess when you are discussing maritime security, you have encountered scholars like Michel Voyer, who studied the blue economy with respect to the Indian Ocean. And one of our propositions is, therefore, to safeguard sea lines of communication, protect offshore infrastructure, and create stability in which trade and livelihoods can flourish. The third question that we need also to confront and find answers is the question of maritime governance. It might sound simplistic, but it is deep and very, very fundamental. When you're discussing maritime governance, who are you determining it for? Who will shape it? Who will be on the table to negotiate it, and for what purpose? And she proposes that as we engage with these questions, we need to move beyond mere diagnosis to action and study how states and regions are already responding to this question at this point in time. Now, she cites a few examples that will enrich our discussions today about how peoples and nations, and as well as international organizations, are responding to some of these questions. Number one, the European Union. I think Balozi from Indonesia spoke about it, and I think a professor also spoke about what it means for them. That as late as 2025, their representation at the UN Ocean Conference in Nice articulated their positions very, very well. And that creates a confluence between a number of issues: ocean health, blue economy, competitiveness, maritime security, ocean diplomacy within one strategic framework. And therefore, what comes out of this, what came out of those conversations is that there are certain fundamentals. That whereas challenges regarding maritime governance are inherently transboundary, that even the most capable actors cannot manage them alone, there is need to see the strategic nexus between quite a number of factors and a number of drivers, which brings to the fore the absolute necessity of cooperation. The second one that she cites is the case of India and Seychelles, in which they have created an engagement that focuses on fisheries, port development, marine infrastructure, and ocean-based renewable energy, which is encapsulated on the part of India itself in their own vision of mutual and holistic advancement for security and growth across regions. So it is basically not about India alone, but beyond themselves. On our own part, we have heard what the representative from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has articulated about Kenya's position on maritime governance, and I need not repeat. So in sum, what Madame NSA was talking about is the need to shift from, which is important for students of diplomacy in this institution, is, and we are happy that this conference is set to serve that purpose, is to create a interconnectedness between theory and empirical work at the classroom to actual practice in diplomatic practice, as it were. So in closing, I wish to recite a few things that she also reflected upon. And that is a call to action. That amongst the things that we need to be engaged in or engage our minds is to treat the maritime domain as a public good that need not be appropriated to single nationalities or single regions, but across multiple spaces. And therefore, equally important for this conference and this institution is the imperative of developing what she describes as blue skills and blue capacities. Because the ocean does not develop itself. The ocean economy to be specific, does not develop itself, but it requires hydrographers, maritime scientists, port managers, for instance, maritime lawyers, oceanographers, diplomats, etc., etc. And therefore, this is to encourage you to go for it. There are lots of opportunities in that space. And addressing the students in particular, she says, and permit me to cite word for word what she said, because this is very important. To the esteemed students of peace and international studies here today, I speak now directly to you. You are studying at the moment when the field itself is being reshaped. The distinctions that once structured our thinking between domestic and international, between security and development, between land and sea, are increasingly blurred. The challenges you will confront will not fit neatly into any course outlines or institutional silos. You will recall that in 1963, at the founding of the OAU, the then Emperor Haile Selassie of Ethiopia spoke words that still resonate across generations. And this is what he said, and I quote, Kenya has to become something we have never been. Bigger than we have been. More courageous, greater in spirit, larger in outlook. Meaning, larger in outlook, you have to see beyond the seashore where you are standing. It means recognizing that Kenya's security, that is marine security, or the security of a marine domain, is bound with that of the Comoros, Sri Lanka, and Indonesia, amongst many other countries in the Indian Ocean domain. That the fish stocks, for instance, that we protect or deplete will determine whether communities eat or go hungry. That the cables between the Indian Ocean carry not just data, but the connected future of our continents. End of quote. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, Madame says this, and this is also equally important, that at this intersection of ideas across disciplines, across regions, across generations, I leave you with a question in this Kiswahili proverb. Avumae baharini papa, kumbe wengine wapo. I think I need someone from the coast to translate that, to give us a deeper meaning of that. let not one scholarly discipline, people, states, or whatever elite demographic imagine that they are the only ones that matter within the Indian Ocean, because we all matter. I thank you very much for listening to me, and God bless you.
Thank you very much. I think he's saying that the oceans do not isolate us, but bring us together. Some of us, and especially my students, I know you watch Netflix, though you want to behave, you don't watch. The only time you think about maritime and the ocean and the seas is when you think of the Pirates of the Caribbean, right? With Johnny Depp and other actors like Keira Knightley. But today we have been told that the oceans are more, with the economy, security, bilateral international relations in between that. Now, we've been sitting for long, and as you see these beautiful girls, could you appreciate them as they come on the stage? They are going to help us to take a short break, an interlude, before we go to the next speakers. And as they sing for us, for those of you who want to visit the restroom or stand up and stretch, do that. But we are only going to do that for the next 5 to 7 minutes, and then we continue the program. All right, this is the Precious Blood. Precious Girls? Yes, Precious Girls. What is the name? Yes, Precious Blood Riruta High School Choir. And this choir is directed by none other than Joseph Munyale. He is also the external music trainer for Daystar University. Could we appreciate the director and the choir? And so they are going to do their thing in the next few minutes, but also it is a time you can stand up, you can stretch, then we come back, we continue with the two speakers remaining, and then we go quickly to the panel discussion. Director, we are ready for you. For those of you who love dancing, I have heard the beats. You may want to stand and dance along with these beautiful ladies on the stage. Thank you. wamechoka, so we were like, ngoja tukate. Sasa when the speakers come, wanaweza concentrate. This was what come after
distinguished person amekuja, but we just not to speak. She's our MY student. Madam Joan Kana. Nitakwambia.
Hey, Singire. No. Thank you very much. Precious Girls Ruta Choir, and I can tell you, I can interpret that song. It is very creative, but it has it talks about M-Pesa, watu wa kutumiwa M-Pesa, and we are confirming if the money has arrived, and this is a very interesting, I don't want to say, but it's a love script to would be a girlfriend to the boyfriend, or in other ways, saying that confirm you have sent some money on M-Pesa, because relationships are transactional. Sometimes you need something in the M-Pesa to sustain them. But I know that the bilateral relationships we are talking here today do not need an M-Pesa transaction. They need formidable relationships. Thank you so much. And where are the claps? I didn't hear the claps. Thank you. Amazing. And you know the next stage is Daystar University, and we have a choir. So you go to class, you go to choir. Registrar yuko happy. Registrar ako hapa. So for those of you who want to enroll in Daystar University, please see our registrar right now. Thank you very much. And now we continue the program. 2 speakers very briefly, and then we go to the panel discussion. And I have the honor now to introduce to you Lieutenant Colonel Ernest Ndirangu. He's the Deputy Commandant, Kenya Naval Training College, and he'll be joining us on the stage. You know about him from what I've said here, or from what you've read from the program. What you don't know, that he's the firstborn of his family. Yeah, yeye ndiye alifungua. In other words, he opened the door for others to follow, right? And also that I think he's a millennial, 1983 seat millennial or baby boomers. And then, of course, he completed high school in 2021, then joined KDF, Kenya Defense Forces, only at 19 years. And he has spent most of his career at the sea after joining the executive branch of the Kenya Navy. He has held different appointments, both at sea and at shore, and these include the establishment of the commanding officer, KNS Umoja, and now as a chief instructor to the Kenya Navy Training College. And he was also on the UN mission in Central Africa Republic, CAR, from October 2017 to November 2018. Now back to Kenya, he was also seconded to the Kenya Coast Guard Services where he served for 4 years. He holds a Bachelor of Science in Military Science from Egerton University and a postgraduate diploma in Defense and Strategic Studies from the National Defense University, Kenya. One more fun fact, he's married with 1 child. Please help me welcome him as he comes to the stage. And you know, I think this ground is very dry for you because you spend most of the time at the sea. Karibu sana.
Thank you very much, Dr. Radoli, for that introduction. And yes, I've spent most of my time at sea, but of course we are all born on land, so yes, I'm still in the right environment. As you've heard from my history, I think I'll be the only speaker here from the practitioner side of the discussions today. I've been in the Navy for quite some time and been at sea. So I speak from a point of knowledge where some of us might at some point never even get to go to, but I really encourage that through such interactions, we will inform you more of what happens at sea so that we may open your eyes to the sea blindness that majority of us have. Thank you very much. So to our chief guest, Your Excellency, Wijotson Adji, the Ambassador of the Republic of Indonesia, the Deputy National Security Advisor, Inspector General Retired Joseph Boynet, Madam Ambassador Nancy Karigidu, the Kenya Special Envoy and Advisor Time and Blue Economy, our host, the Deputy Vice Chancellor of Daystar University, Professor Samuel Mureithi, the Dean, School of Arts and Social Studies, Dr. Munyao, distinguished ambassadors and high commissioners, members of the faculty, students and distinguished guests. Good afternoon. I stand before here to service within the Kenya Defense Forces. This translates Kenya's maritime ambitions into the operational realities across one of the most consequential sea lanes in the world. Kenya Navy is both a security instrument, a diplomatic actor, and a development enabler in the Western Indian Ocean. Kenya's exclusive economic zone covers approximately 142,400 square kilometers of the Indian Ocean. Within that space lies the foundation of our blue economy. Fish stocks that sustain millions of livelihood, trade routes handling billions of dollars in cargo annually, offshore resource potential, and a coastline that anchors our tourism economy. But potential without security is vulnerability. The maritime domain we operate in is complex and contested. Somali-linked piracy, having declined from its peak around 2011, has shown signs of resurgence, with 18 incidences being recorded in 2024. Narcotic trafficking through the Indian Ocean has also intensified. Illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing continues to undermine our fisheries and livelihood of the coastal communities. And this disruption of global shipping in the Red Sea are a reminder that Kenya trade links to the Gulf and beyond are not insulated from geopolitical turbulence that we are witness today. In this environment, maritime security is an economic and developmental necessity. Our security at sea is directly connected to our development on land. The Kenya Navy is Kenya's primary instrument of maritime power and sovereignty. We patrol our territory, interdict trafficking, counter IUU fishing, and project the flag of the sovereign state into the Indian Ocean. But I want to move this conversation beyond the operation and into the strategic, because this is where the real significance of naval powers lies. A navy properly understood is one of the most versatile instruments of national policy a state possesses. It operates at sea in a domain that is inherently international, and it does so with a degree of ambiguity unavailable to other instruments of power. A naval vessel can signal presence without provocation, enforce law without escalation, and build relationships without formal diplomatic apparatus. This is the strategic value of naval power, and it is a value that Kenya has been developing with increased deliberateness. In October of 2025, Kenya Navy ship Shupavu interdicted a stateless dhow approximately 630 kilometers east of Mombasa under Operation Bahari Safi, and netted 1,025 kilograms of methamphetamine, making it among the largest narcotic seizures in Kenya's history. 6 foreign nationals were arrested. The operation was conducted in coordination with the Regional Coordination Operations Center in Seychelles, the Regional Maritime Information Fusion Center in Madagascar, Interpol, and the United States Naval Criminal Investigative Service. What that operation demonstrates is not only merely a tactical competence. It demonstrates that Kenya has built its intelligence sharing networks, its interoperability architecture, and the operational reach to act as a credible global security provider and not just a recipient. That is a strategic poster. It has been reinforced across multiple dimensions in past years alone. Central to today's theme is soft power. Separate, and specifically, its naval expression that many call naval diplomacy and defense diplomacy. Naval diplomacy operates through presence, professional engagement, and trust building in a level of granularity that formal diplomatic channels cannot always reach. When navies exercise together, they build the human networks in which genuine cooperation depends. The professional bonds formed between naval officers at a chat table or on a bridge wing outlast any single operation and become a human infrastructure on which formal diplomatic cooperation is constructed. In February this year, the Commander Kenya Navy, Major General Paul Otieno, flagged off an exercise dubbed Jitegemee 27 from the Kenya Navy fleet in Mombasa, an operation that brought together the Seychelles Coast Guard, Seychelles Air Force, the Mauritius National Coast Guard, and the Madagascar Coast Guard under the Safe Seas Africa architecture. Kenya did not join the coalition. Kenya convened it and led it. That is the language of a regional maritime power. In November 2025, Kenya hosted exercise Usalama Baharini with the European Union Naval Force Operation Atlanta. The exercise included legal seminars, on rules of engagement and counter-narcotics interdiction, counter-piracy scenarios, and a live at sea interdiction exercise. Usalama Baharini is now in its second iteration and has become a structured engagement framework, not just an ad hoc drill. In April of 2025, Kenya participated in IKEME, African-India Key Maritime Engagement, alongside with India and Tanzania, with participation from Comoros, Djibouti, Madagascar, Mauritius, Mozambique, Seychelles, and South Africa. In September of 2025, the Indian Navy's first training squadron, which comprised of 4 vessels, made a port of call to Mombasa, reaffirming a bilateral maritime partnership that now includes joint exercises, officer exchange, and cultural diplomacy. The Kenya Navy Band and the Indian Navy Band performed a joint concert at the Mamangina waterfront on World Tourism Day. This was a great achievement. Kenya currently chairs the Working Group 3 of the Djibouti Code of Conduct Jeddah Amendment, the principal multilateral instrument of maritime security governance in the Western Indian Ocean. This partnership is a reflection of the institutional credibility and operational track record that Kenya has built. What I am describing is a coherent pattern showing that Kenya Navy is pursuing a deliberate naval diplomacy strategy that uses presence, professional engagement, joint operation, ports of call, officer engagements, and multilateral leadership in expanding Kenya's strategic influence in the Indian Ocean. The ships are the instruments of that strategy. The relationship they build are its products. No conversation about maritime security can be fully separated from the blue economy. And this event rightfully frames them together. The relationship between the two is causal. Fishing communities cannot thrive where IUU operators work with impunity. Port infrastructure investment does not materialize in zones of insecurity. Tourism does not flourish on coastlines associated with trafficking. The blue economy is structurally dependent on a secure maritime environment. The Kenya Navy and its other maritime stakeholders is in very direct sense the security architecture in which the blue economy is built. But the relationship runs deeper than just patrol and enforcement. The Kenya Navy's contribution to hydrographic surveying, environmental monitoring at sea, and to search and rescue operations is a direct contribution to the conditions under which the blue economy can function. Our diplomatic engagements help build the regional stability that makes Indian Ocean trade and investment viable. Security and development in the maritime domain are not consequential. They are simultaneous and mutually constitutive. The theme of today's event links Kenya to ASEAN and to the Indian Ocean. The linkage is both geographically apt and strategically important. ASEAN members sets a maritime nation with decades of experience managing multi-jurisdictional sea spaces involving sovereignty disputes, high-volume trade corridors, and complex security threats. The ASEAN Region Forum and the ASEAN Maritime Forum have developed models of security cooperation through dialogue and confidence building that deserve serious study as Kenya deepens its own regional maritime architecture. What Kenya brings to this relationship is complementary. Kenya's counter-piracy experience, its leadership in Djibouti Code of Conduct process, its role in Safe Seas African program, and its growing capacity as a provider rather than a consumer of regional maritime security, a contribution that Asian partners expanding their Indian Ocean engagements will find relevant. The Indian Ocean, as this audience knows well, is increasingly a contested strategic space. Major powers are competing for access, influence, and basing arrangements across its littoral states. In that environment, the credibility of regional maritime governance architecture become a strategic asset in its own right. A well-governed Indian Ocean is a public good. Kenya is investing in that public good, operationally and diplomatically. We share with Asian states a common strategic interest, keeping the Indian Ocean open, governed, and secure for trade, development, and the free movement of goods and people. That shared interest is the foundation for a more structured Kenyan-Asian maritime dialogue that goes beyond ceremonial acknowledgements and engages the practical architecture of cooperation. To the students in the room, the maritime domain is undersupplied with trained professionals at precisely the moment when it is becoming the most consequential arena for economic and geopolitical competition. Kenya's blue economy agenda, articulated in national policy and reinforced through regional frameworks, requires professionals who can work across the boundaries between security and development, between law and operations, between national interests and regional cooperation. The blue economy needs maritime lawyers who understand UNCLOS at an operational level. It needs economists who can model the value chain of sustainable fisheries. It needs environmental scientists who can monitor ocean health at scale. It needs data analysts who can support maritime domain awareness. It needs diplomats who understand what happens at sea. I encourage you to think seriously about careers in this space. The ocean is Kenya's strategic frontier. It needs people of your generation who are prepared to engage it with knowledge, discipline, and purpose. The ocean is Kenya's opportunity. Let us govern it well, secure it together, and cooperate with our neighbors to make it productive for generations to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for those comments. And now to our last speaker, but not the least, actually the most important. We recently celebrated International Women's Day, and the next speaker will help us to remember that. Could we put our hands together for Ambassador? Yeah? As she stands to come up, Ambassador Nancy Karigithu. She's the Kenya's Special Envoy and Presidential Advisor for Maritime and Blue Economy. She's coming here in her own capacity. Ambassador Nancy is also Presidential Advisor to the Maritime and Blue Economy with over 40 years of experience. She's a renowned leader in maritime affairs, law, and sustainability. Previously, she served as the Principal Secretary for the State Department for Shipping and Maritime Affairs, and as also the Director General of the Kenya Maritime Authority. She has a vast experience backed by educational background in maritime law policy, international maritime governance, maritime safety and security, diplomatic relations, international collaboration. Of course, for the academics, we are boasting that she has a bachelor degree in law from the University of Nairobi, admitted to the Kenya by 1984, master's degree in international maritime law from IMO, International Maritime Law Institute in Malta, and 40 years of professional experience, including 36 years in the maritime industry. Please help me appreciate Ambassador. the lady of the moment, Ambassador Nancy Karigithu, as she does us proud.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Radoli, for that introduction and for the reminder that 3 days ago we celebrated International Women's Day, and allow me to acknowledge the fact that the ambassadors present, the diplomats, have more of the ladies amongst them. It didn't escape my mind, and so close to International Women's Day, that's something to celebrate. So good afternoon, everyone. I have the unfortunate slot of being the last one, the last speaker after so many and who have said so much, and I'm wondering, is there anything left to say? You think there is? Now, as Dr. Radoli has said, I want to clarify that I speak for myself as Nancy Karigithu, Special Envoy, but I'm very sure that, and I'm glad for the association in the program with the CS, but I'm very sure that the substance of what I will share will certainly do justice to both my role and his. And therefore, allow me to acknowledge, to ride on the protocols already established, because I don't want to waste a lot of your time, but to acknowledge the presence of our guest speaker. Will I know how to pronounce? His Excellency, Sono Adji. And thank him for gracing up this event. I met him actually when he was fresh off the boat 9 months ago. He hadn't even presented his papers, and I'm glad that our paths are meeting again. Also to acknowledge the hosts, our hosts for today. Thank you for putting up such a beautiful and deeply reflective event to discuss the blue economy. And of course, distinguished excellencies, distinguished guests, everybody, and the most important people today, the students. You're the reason I was so excited to come, and I'm glad that you're here. So on that note, allow me to begin with a memory I have carried for a very long time. Since childhood, and you've heard how many years I've been working. When I was standing up and Dr. Radoli mentioned the years, somebody was very comfortable. And they said, oh, I'm not the only fossil. So we are more than one. So many years ago, as a 17-year-old schoolgirl, while on my way to start my A-levels at the Matuga Girls High School, which is on Kenya's south coast, I stood on the shoreline in Mombasa and watched ships for the very first time, because I grew up on the slopes. The most water I had seen near basin, and here I am now seeing this expanse of water and watching ships moving slowly across the horizon. And I remember watching them and wondering about the journeys they were making. Where were they going? Where had they come from? And what were they carrying? And from the shore, they looked distant, almost abstract, like silhouettes across the water. But years later, I came back to Mombasa, armed with 2 degrees, like she has mentioned them, both in law, and I joined Kenya's National Maritime Administration. And as I embarked on maritime governance, I came at that time to understand something remarkable, but something that is not ordinarily apparent when you look at the global map. Because on the map, the ocean looks as just vast blue space, separating countries, and continents, separating actually continents. But when you work in maritime and ocean governance, you quickly realize that the ocean doesn't actually separate, it connects. It makes otherwise distant regions and nations neighbors. We are neighbors now with the ASEAN countries. And it, you know, it also struck me, this simple but profound fact, that the ocean covers 71% of the earth. And one physicist, mesmerized by that fact, like I was at that time, asked a rather provocative question. Why do we call it planet Earth? We should just have called it planet ocean. That made me finally understand that those ships of my childhood, those memories were not distant at all. They were carrying food, fuel, raw materials, manufactured goods, actually the lifeblood of global economy, and linking countries and communities across thousands of miles of open water. And that was the moment I truly began to understand the ocean, not as empty spaces between continents, but as the great connector of our world. Once you see the ocean from that perspective, everything changes. It becomes the central connective system of our planet, but it also shares governance space where economic opportunity, diplomacy, security, environmental stewardship, and development intersect and of necessity coexist. This perspective is particularly relevant for us in Kenya, the wider Indian Ocean, for our ASEAN partners gathered here today, because for centuries, the Indian Ocean has been one of the most important maritime crossroads, linking Africa, Asia, and the Middle East through trade, culture, and diplomacy. And Kenya occupies a very strategic position in those historic sea routes. Now, the maritime domain, and as we call it today, the blue economy, reflects a growing recognition that the ocean can no longer be viewed simply as a highway for commerce, because it also is sorry for that. Because I can see what you can't see, that's why I'm laughing. It's also a source of livelihoods, development, jobs and food, energy resources, but it's also an ecosystem that must be protected and a strategic domain that demands cooperation amongst all of us. The ocean is the cornerstone of human livelihood. Up to 90% of global trade moves by sea. A very interesting fact, the world's population is expected to exceed 8.5 billion by the year 2035, with much of that growth happening in developing economies. And as those populations grow, so too will be our reliance on the ocean, both as a highway for commerce, but also as a source of food and resources. And from a purely economic standpoint, maritime transport remains the most efficient and environmentally sustainable form of transportation. Rail transport consumes roughly twice as much energy as sea transport, while road transport consumes nearly 10 times as much. So we ain't moving from the ocean anytime soon. And to underscore how central shipping has become to modern living, one of the former Secretary Generals of IMO put it very well in a language we can all understand. Without shipping, half the world would starve, and the other half would freeze. I wonder whether you appreciate which half you belong to, because we can't escape. So what does the ocean mean to Kenya? And I want to pose a question and also invite you to hold it at the back of your mind. What does the ocean mean to Kenya? For the long time, surprisingly, the answer was very narrow. For many people, the ocean meant the port of Mombasa. And in my early days as the Director General of the Kenya Maritime Authority, anytime I introduced myself, oh, I'm so-and-so, DG Kenya Maritime Authority, they would think I'm confused and they would ask me, oh, you mean Kenya, you mean KPA? So it took me a long time to make them know that no, there's a difference. Perhaps the ocean also meant fishing, but of course of the artisanal skill, You go in the morning, you come back with fish, maybe 10 or a number. But also tourism along our beautiful white beaches. But then, these answers wouldn't have been wrong. They were only dangerously incomplete. The fuller answer, of course, acknowledges our liquid estate, which has been described by many people, the EEZ, 142,000 square kilometers, and which we've been told, if we laid it out and took measurements, would equal 38 more counties. We have how many counties in Kenya? 42. Our liquid estate, if I may call it that, our ocean space would create another, beginning from the smallest, 38 counties. You get a feeling of how much it is. And this is sovereign space within which Kenya has exclusive rights to explore, to exploit, to conserve, and manage all natural resources that are found therewith. And within this space also lies fish stocks worth hundreds of millions of dollars annually, sitting astride one of the world's most important trade arteries, and through which, like has been said, 80% of global trade by volume passes. But most important, it holds extraordinary potential for offshore hydrocarbon development, deep sea minerals, marine biotechnology, renewable ocean energy, and most important, connects Kenya physically and strategically, as I said, to the ASEAN region, the Gulf, South Asia, and the wider Indo-Pacific. Now, what's the main challenge? Because it means that the basis of our blue economy, that space, the real blue economy is not a political concept. It's not a slogan, but it is a tangible, measurable, governable resource base that Kenya is only beginning to unlock. What's the challenge? Let me see. But because the oceans, as we've presented them, present a very unique governance challenge. Because, and it has been said before, and I said I would explain, unlike land, which we understand, maritime territory cannot be fenced off. There are no walls, there are no electric fences, no gates, which therefore means that maritime rights, if we want to exercise them, will depend not on physical barriers, but on something far more sophisticated, and that is ocean governance. What is ocean governance, especially for the students? This is the system of laws, policies, institutions, and cooperation through which nations, like those represented here today, manage the oceans responsibly in ways that keep them healthy, productive, safe, secure, and most important, resilient. Because we are not here to finish everything, the future generations must find something. And the fundamental principles that shape these systems are three. Number one, it's the freedom of the seas. Nobody can go and isolate anything, any blot there. And navigation, as long as it's innocent, must be allowed, and passage. It's also impacted on by the sovereignty of coastal states like Kenya and the common heritage of mankind. And guess what? The principle of the common heritage of mankind. Guess what? That was loaned to the international community, or it was developed by a Kenyan. Professor Frank Jenga is the one who came and said, we must recognize that everybody is entitled. So the balance between these three systems must exist and is necessary because we've seen the ocean is 71%, but guess what? Nearly 60% of that ocean, the oceans, lie beyond the jurisdiction of any single nation, which makes the ocean, in many ways, a global commons. It's like it's one and the same. That reality places upon all of us a shared responsibility grounded in international cooperation and consensus. And at the center of this governance architecture is the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, which was adopted in 1982, and which established the legal order of the oceans, defining maritime zones and clarifying the rights and responsibilities of coastal states and what each nation would enjoy in all those zones. And these are the internal waters, territorial seas, contiguous zone, the exclusive economic zone, and the high seas. And complementing this architecture is the International Maritime Organization, and I see we have a senior officer from IMO here. And the IMO is the United Nations agency which is responsible for setting global standard for the safety, security, and environmental performance of international shipping. And together, these institutions, alongside others, which came later, form the backbone of global maritime. Yet, we've heard again, despite these frameworks, the maritime domain faces evolving and complex threats, starting with piracy, illegal fishing, arms trafficking, even human trafficking, narcotics, and other forms of transnational crime, all which exploit the vastness and openness of the ocean. And because they cross jurisdictions, no single nation can tackle them alone. Comes the reality, therefore, that maritime security is not achieved by power, naval power alone. It is achieved through, as well, collaboration and partnership at local, national, regional, and international levels. The Djibouti Code of Conduct for the Repression of Piracy in the Western Indian Ocean and waters of the coast of Somalia, which Mr. Kiruja represents, sorry. I was never very good with titles in the military. They said they would take me to train me, to give me a title so that I can always remember to see them before. So, this is a powerful example. Adopted in January 2009 by 20 countries in the region, later amended in 2017 to include a broader range of maritime offenses. This code demonstrates what sustained regional cooperation can achieve. It was signed by 20, but now has increased. It also reminds us of a fundamental truth. Security at seas begins with cooperation at land. And maritime security is not a national project, but a collective one. So where does maritime diplomacy sit in all of this? To best, because you've listened to what it means, let me better explain and demonstrate what it means by highlighting one episode from Kenya's own maritime experience, because it illustrates the power of maritime diplomacy in practice. As we were getting into cooperation under the Djibouti Code of Conduct, the Kenyan coastline was classified as a high-risk area under international maritime security guidelines. And this was because the ship owners, the industry, went to IMO and said, we need to take extra measures to protect our ships as they transit these piracy regions. The result was economically devastating, that classification, because ships calling at the ports of Kenya and the region faced higher insurance premiums because they had to get war risk cover, or security cover. They faced elevated crew wages. Who wants to go into a crisis zone? So they had to be incentivized to come on those ships. They also faced mandatory security measures. I don't know whether you had the occasion to see ships in Mombasa with barbed razor wire on them. That was a requirement of this kind of high-risk classification. And all these measures, of course, added considerable costs to trade. They were just passed on to you and me. So whatever came, whatever left, was added, these costs were added on. So our imports were more expensive, inflation. Our export, coffee and tea, competing with other global brands, went with these burdens. And this caused some vessels, actually, to avoid Kenyan ports altogether. And this designation ended up treating Kenya as though we were an extension of Somali piracy corridor, which was both very inaccurate but profoundly unfair. So on 9th February 2021, Kenya presented now a formal appeal. We placed a formal paper before the IMO challenging that classification. And we were able to produce to rely on evidence-based advocacy through building coalitions with other regional partners, and also through concrete demonstrations that actually Kenya had invested in its maritime security infrastructure. That was diplomacy at work because we succeeded. And the Kenyan coastline was eventually removed from the high-risk designation, making the shipping costs fall, trade flows improved, and also, of course, investor confidence, particularly in Kenyan ports, also increased. That was only one diplomatic victory, but which was achieved through persistence and preparation, producing an economic dividend that no fleet of patrol vessels could have delivered. I am not belittling what the Navy does, but you do it all together, and proving that at sea, diplomacy can be just as powerful as ships and ports. And I tell this story because it provides a perfect illustration of what happens when maritime security, diplomacy, and economic development are aligned, and also because it's exactly the kind of story we need to hear more of, not just from Kenya, but from our ASEAN partners, from the wider Indian Ocean communities. So this brings me to the theme of today's events, which links Kenya specifically to ASEAN and to the Indian Ocean as a shared space. And that linkage is not merely geographical, it is strategic, economic, and increasingly very urgent. The ASEAN maritime states of, The ASEAN maritime states of Indonesia, Malaysia, the Philippines, Thailand, and Vietnam, and I'm glad they are all represented here, and others have more experience than we have because they've spent decades grappling with precisely the questions that Kenya now confronts. And that mainly is how to manage complex, multi-jurisdictional sea spaces, how to balance resource extraction with environmental sustainability, how to build regional cooperation frameworks that accommodate not just national sovereignty, but also how to ensure that maritime security does not crowd out maritime environment. Just by example, Indonesia governs the world's largest archipelagic states, positioned between two oceans at the intersection of some of the world's most contested and valuable sea lanes. And from the lessons Indonesia has drawn from its experience in maritime domain awareness, archipelagic governance and regional cooperation are directly transferable to the East African context and to Kenya in particular. The same thing with Sri Lanka, whose presence also is here today, occupying one of the most strategically significant positions in the Indian Ocean, sitting astride the main shipping route between the Suez Canal and the Strait of Malacca. That experience with maritime trade facilitation, that is Sri Lanka's experience, port development, the geopolitical pressure of major power competition in the Indian Ocean, holds very important lessons for every coastal state in this region. What connects us all, which connects us all, Kenya, the ASEAN states, and the Indian Ocean community, is our shared mission, because we are all, to varying degrees, in the process of claiming our maritime inheritance. We are all working to translate geographical position into economic advantage, and we are all navigating the same tension between national interest and the imperative of regional cooperation. And therefore, in this context, the Indian Ocean becomes not a barrier between us, but a highway we must learn to travel together. Let me come, as I close, to speak directly to the student of Daystar University. Because you are the reason I accepted this invitation without hesitation. The world you will inherit is one of rising sea levels and shifting trade routes, intensifying geopolitical competition in the Indian Ocean, and a deepening recognition of the ocean's economic and strategic value. That world will desperately need a new generation of maritime professionals. Not just naval officers, not just seafarers, though of course we need those as well, but it will need maritime lawyers, maritime economists, it will need fisheries governance experts, digital maritime security analysts, AI specialists who understand the intersection of technology and ocean governance. It will need maritime trainers, education and trainers, including, in the morning we were told that there's a school of languages here, and there's a language you don't teach, maritime English. It's a requirement. It also needs people who can be ship planners and chartering professionals. It also needs terminal operators, port logistics coordinators, insurance, marine insurance, very important. We don't export our money to buy insurance where our imports are coming from. It needs marine underwriters. It needs people who understand, because our maritime space will not grow. For example, if we are talking of shipbuilding, ship ownership, we need people who understand how to do ship mortgages. And we won't do that unless we train you people take up those courses. And I plead with you, please, let's see you work in that. Because Kenya stands at a pivotal moment in its maritime story. We have built the foundational institutions. We have established the legal frameworks. We have begun to claim our seats at global maritime governance tables. But transforming those foundations into thriving, sustainable, and inclusive blue economy, that will depend on you, and it will be your responsibility. Young people like you who have earned the knowledge and expertise, who have the fire, who are committed, who are innovative, and most important, young people who are willing to take the ocean seriously as both a career and a vocation. So as I conclude, let me tell you, 40 years ago, I was a young lawyer who found her way, almost by accident, into maritime law. I had no roadmap. There were no role models who looked like me. I built the path as I walked it. But today, you have something that I didn't have and that could have really assisted me. You have institutions like Daystar University bringing the ocean into the classroom and connecting you, her students, with practitioners and policymakers alike. You have events like today where you can sit across from diplomats, naval officers, policymakers, and ask them directly, how did you get here? What do I need to do to get there, and what do you need from us? And I hope that when the history of Kenya's blue economy is written, many of you in this room will be part of that story. Because in the end, the ocean is Kenya's greatest frontier, and the blue economy is Kenya's biggest opportunity. And this generation, you are the answer to how we get there. Thank you.
That is not sufficient clapping for the woman of the moment. Thank you so much, Ambassador. And you have opened our minds to think about maritime conversation, blue economy. Could we call them? And maritime English, right? All right. Thank you very much. And now we want to move in the last session, which is 3 discussion panels, but very, very brief, 15 minutes at most. And I'm going to time these other sessions as we prepare the sessions. Please, choir, University Choir, Daystar University Choir. Where is the energy? After this, we go for lunch. So come with energy. Yes. Yes. So this is the Daystar University Choir, Honorable Ambassadors, Excellency, guests. We are very proud of our university choir. Today, they are going to sing a number that is composed by none other than the director of the choir, Daystar University, Mr. Moses Aluvale, and the number, and I hope that is the number, Africa Lifai. And so, Lifasi, as they sing, I want the first panel to start making their way, organize themselves. Once they sing this number, you come on stage. We are having, our moderator will be Professor Philip Mwanika and Mr. Fred Chan. Chan is a student, and your panel will be Mr. Mustafa Ibrahim, Mr. Joseph Boinate, and Lieutenant Colonel Ernest Ndirangu. Choir. 3 minutes, 5 minutes.
take his space here, and also Colonel Dirango You are back on the podium. Eh? Now, colleagues and students, most importantly, I wish that we can all see and attest to the fact that we have such wonderful people who seem to have a love for Daystar. And through the DVC and the Vice Chancellor, through their blessing, I would wish to reiterate once again our thanks for the presence that you've had. And before we start this panel, because I want it to be a little bit interesting and not too dry. I don't want to be Professor Monica. And I heard you, eh? And one thing I also want to engage my seniors on is to be also open from the operational space. So I won't go into theory at all. Already you said so much, and I don't even know what else we can add on top of your synthesis. But I also want to piggyback on what His Excellency, the Ambassador of Indonesia, gave the students. He gave you a challenge. What's your role in the whole question of marine resources and protection of the ocean? And I'll give you a little bit of some idea of how you'll answer that question. Look at work by the late Pope Francis. Okay? He talks of Laudato Si. It's a document that he edited and thought of that talks of taking care of the world and taking care of mankind. So have a look at that document. All right? Now, in this space, and I won't belabor to introduce them because already you have their profiles, we virtually have very operational colleagues here. But they also represent different offices. We have diplomats, foreign policy. We have defense diplomacy, the military and the armed forces. We have somebody who straddles every facet of the two, something known as grand strategy. He'll tell us about it. And we also have a very good dignitary in this space known as Chan. In fact, this was his space. I don't know why I'm here moderating. Chan has an interesting profile. He's from South Sudan. He's from a place called Jonglei. Jonglei is a space that is going through a lot right now. Eh? And one of it has to do with climate change, the correlation with conflict, name it. So we're with him in prayer. But he's also a senior student taking a major in international relations and security. And he requested me one thing. He would want internship in either of these offices or somewhere in between the different embassies. And that's also a challenge to everybody here. Let's not just be theoretical. You are so lucky, as Ambassador Karigudu mentioned. How many schools or universities to do this? Again, in the spirit of International Women's Day, we have our very own, daughter in Africa, Ambassador Juma, taking up a very high office. I think we are underrating that office. I think it's Under Secretary General for the UN. So that in command, also managing the UN offices in Vienna. And I think for students here, be very close to that gentleman. Okay? At the end of the day. So I'm challenging you. Now, before I get to the context at play, and I'll give it over to Chan, because that's his space. I want to give a context that is practical without being theoretical. And it could be a little bit repetitive. And this is a context that the three speakers here need to look at from the different offices. Sometime in 2010, 2009, for those who were following events, especially in Kenya, we had a problem in the Mau complex. Depletion of water tables, all right? A lot of illegal logging, a lot of commercial activity in one of our water resources, catchment areas. Now, that activity affected livelihoods all the way down to Mkomazi, if I'm not wrong, Bwana Boynet, which straddles between Tanzania and Kenya. And you started seeing conflicts by transhumane citizens, those who rely on agro-pastoralism. The connection between waterways, inland-wise, oceans, livelihoods, and societal cohesion. Let's park that aside. Very practical example. Another example has all to do with his remit. In 1972, and it was kind of mentioned by Ambassador Karigidhu, we had a very young diplomat. I think he was 28. I had the pleasure of meeting him, the late Dr. Donald Kanieru. You know him. And this is the man, a career diplomat then, a second secretary, sent to Kenya's permanent mission to the UN. He found himself being the acting ambassador. Then missions were very small, the kind of jobs you'll do in the future. And one of the tasks he was given by President Jomo Kenyatta and the then Minister for Foreign Affairs, Dr. Gengi Muigai, was to see how to negotiate for a new body, they didn't know it would be known as UNEP, to be brought here. And that was the first connection between Kenya, or the global south, and the ASEAN countries. Bandung. This is where Bandung came in. And what did Kanieru do, together with Xavier Francis Jenga, who was also a legal advisor then, younger than Kanieru? They were given brief at the youngest age, they were not even 30, to travel in some of the ASEAN countries and see how to operationalize one of the 10 points. Am I right? There were 10 points of agenda. One of them was to see how to bring in the South voices, including those in Asia and Africa, on issues to do with oceans, the environment, and marine resources. And one of the things they did was to negotiate to see how they can bring in UNEP in Kenya. The role of diplomats in an unfathomed subject matter known as the environment, oceans, and marines governance, as early as 1972. Negotiations went on 2 years. They negotiated it for Nairobi. Nobody talks about Kanieru. I hope you'll be somewhere in the books. Another event, is it 2011 Operation Lindanchi? Was it 2011? 2011, when there was a rehatting, you know, the transition between the hot pursuit that Kenya did, and then we rehatted to the African Union. Now, before that, you saw the first amphibious engagement by an African Navy. I have a feeling you are there. Feel free to share the operational context. For the first time, because of the activities that we saw off the coast, the Indian Ocean exclusive economic zone and radius, as was mentioned by my brother, Kenya found it useful to go beyond the use of diplomacy and penetrate another territory, but with the rider that they followed international law. Another example, and I had the opportunity, Bona Boynet, to also engage with you on this. I was engaged in a study together with Seychelles, IAPCO. Then Kenya was chairing IAPCO under you, the East African Police Chiefs Cooperation Organization. Another body you guys will work in is not just the UN, that brings together, it's the Interpol of Eastern Africa. Are you aware it's seated in Nairobi? And you get diplomatic status out of it. Bona Boynet chaired it. For the first time, they commissioned a study to look at what Kenya, Seychelles, Ethiopia loses from marine resources, something the Deputy Vice Chancellor talked about. And I'll give you a practical example. There was an outcome in that study that showed that Kenya might be losing close to $1 billion on illegal fishing related to tuna. For the first time, Bona Boynet commissioned that the Interpol office should set up an environmental crime unit. Again, the role of the police on regional cooperation matters. Now, based on all that context, I think Bwana Chan might ask you a few questions that are interconnected, and I think my role is done.
Your
So
role is
thank you
done.
so much.
All protocols observed. Good afternoon. Good afternoon once again. I must admit that when I was walking to the dais, I was a bit tensed. But from what Professor Monica said, I've gained some level of confidence since I'm seated with the strong men, men of power. So I believe, I'm confident that someday I'll also identify as the ambassador of South Sudan to Kenya. As introduced, my name is Peter Ziel Chan. I'm a South Sudanese student here currently at Daystar University. I'm pursuing a bachelor's degree in international relations and a minor in peace and conflict transformation. Other than that, of most importance is that I'll be co-moderating with Professor Monica and our today's shared theme, that is our perspectives on blue economy, maritime security, and diplomacy. What we'll be doing here today is that we are bringing voices, diverse voices from policy, security as mentioned, policing and practice, with our major aim or our agenda today being how we're going to explore the coastal governance, regional diplomacy, and security operations, how they basically intersect, and how best we can accelerate equitable, climate-resilient growth from our seas. Remember, the ocean does not belong to one country. It connects us all. And you, my colleagues from class, you can attest that our senior lecturers have taught us that diplomacy is the application of intelligence and tact in the conduct of official relations between states and government. So today, I believe we'll be achieving a very, very, very good objective with this diplomatic day being aimed at bridging the gap between you, the students, and the already established individuals. That's the diplomats and the practitioners. So kindly stay tuned. I'm looking forward to a very, very interactive session with each and every one of you. If you don't have anything to add, Mr. Professor, I can shoot my first question to our guest, who is from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Allow me to shoot my question to Mr. Mustafa Ibrahim. So, Mr. Mustafa Ibrahim, why is the Ministry of Foreign Affairs interested so much on marine and ocean affairs?
Well, I think the interest is not... Sorry. Thank you very much, Mr. Chan. I hope I got the name right. Well, the interest on marine and blue economy is not specific to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Okay. It's actually a national interest, as articulated in the national strategy, national blue economy strategy that was just launched, one that I mentioned, of course, and Ambassador Karigith also mentioned. But it's also actually one of the focus areas of our foreign policy. Of course, the interest is informed by the immense opportunities that are present in the marine and blue economy spaces. These actually straddles issues to do with fisheries. There is, transport and logistics. There is tourism, of course, that's also dependent on marine and blue economy resources. And of course, marine spaces are also cultural bridges. I mean, if you go to the coastal region of Kenya, you will find cultural influences that actually have come from countries in the Indo-Pacific, and I believe also in the ASEAN region. I mean, we have found artifacts left by Chinese seafarers, dating back from hundreds of years ago. But most importantly, there's also, opportunity for hydrocarbon extraction. I mean, if our maritime territory is equal to 38 counties out of the 47, then I think is a territory that we must look at with interest. And there's great potential in it. I think I can say that for now, because I think most of the issues have been articulated by speakers in the previous session. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mustafa. And Mr. Mustafa has highlighted that the blue economy is not solely of interest to the Department of Foreign Affairs, but to the entire state of Kenya. Reason being is that we can shift from some of the economic opportunities we get from it. He's mentioned of fisheries, tourism, and the likes, to have a look at it from a lens whereby we can achieve sustainable development. How best can we achieve our needs without compromising the needs of future generations? Thank you so much for that, Mr. Mustafa. I'll shoot my next question to the retired Police General, Mr. Boynet. I'm glad you're here. I'm a big fan of you. So my question is, what are the threats that you see from both inside and outside the country relating to the protection of ocean and marine resources? What is our strategy? What is Kenya's grand strategy on this?
That excellent question. And thank you also for being a fan. Because I'm not very, very active with the social media. So I'm kind of invisible. But I'm around. I'm very much around.
I always see him on TV when during his tenure. I was a big fan.
Okay. Now, you have asked a very extremely important question, but it is a two. I can split it into two to answer. And that is what we see as the threats emerging from the maritime domain, and what are we doing about it at the strategic level. So number one, you can break it down into three. You can look at it from threats that are emanating from the immediate environment, as it were, that is the Indian Ocean and its immediate environments. Then you can expand it a little bit wider to the region. And the third level, call it the third tier, is the global level. So the immediate concerns could be from illegal fishing, for instance, could be coming from threats of piracy, could be coming from transnational crime that manifests in very many forms, could be trading in illicit stuff, fake and counterfeit products, and including also pollution that come from the immediate domain. So when you go further afield now, you get similar threats that are expanded to a regional level now that impact not only on ourselves, but to the immediate neighborhood of Kenya. Then when you go to an even higher level at the global level, then you get the threats become even bigger because you heard of what someone spoke about, the geopolitical contestations, the interest of global powers in exercising dominance over the maritime domain. And I think we must also be alive to the fact that in our own country, the security sector has operated in the past focusing on the land domain, the air domain. Now we have an additional domain of the space and the digital domain. Now, you heard Ambassador Kaigido speak about the existence of a much vaster domain than an ordinary Kenyan would know, that we can actually appropriate another additional 37 or 38 counties, which is really big. So you can now imagine or appreciate, so to speak, the nature of the threats that are ranged against us at those three levels. Now, the second part of your question is, now, what have we done about it? And I want to proceed from what I've just said about defining the many domains. And our colleague here, Lieutenant Colonel, his responsibility is protecting the maritime domain. So we look at all those domains as one on one canvas, because you cannot just pick one in the absence of the other. They are all interconnected, including the contemporary threats that were, if that's not there, that include the digital domain. So all of them are interconnected, which and looking at that canvas now compels those of us who work at the strategic level to look at a bigger picture. How do you now respond to the
arranged against us at those multifarious levels. And one of the key responses, in the interest of time, is precisely what we are doing here, using the tools that are available, including our diplomatic tools. So using diplomacy, as Barroso spoke about, we are able to fix a problem that you couldn't shoot your way out of it just by employing diplomacy. Barroso from Indonesia spoke about the spirit of that was triggered by the Nalalight movement meeting, the inaugural meeting in Bandung, that is still very much alive, that strings together like-minded countries to respond to threats that impact on all of us, wherever we may be in the world. I don't know whether I've answered your question correctly. If you're not happy, please have another go.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bonnet. I am satisfied. And maybe just before I pass it to Mr. Professor, I'd like to echo what you've talked about. In that when we're analyzing these threats posed to the blue economy, we can't rely to one level only. We need to analyze 3 levels. That's the immediate context, the regional context, and the international context. And each and every context presents unique challenges that require unique solutions to counter them. You've also mentioned about geopolitical contestation. I remember somewhere I read the Philippines were contesting their maritime jurisdiction in the South China Sea that led to the adoption of the United Nations Convention on the Laws of the Seas. So I believe Her Excellency Ambassador Marie will be touching on that later when she comes on board. But thank you so much, Mr. Boynet, for that. Maybe just to pass it to Professor for any point of information.
Thank you so much, Chan. I think it was crystal clear. And I think something came out from Bonet's presentation, that you can think of threats both from an internal perspective and also external, and that's grand strategy. Yeah? The connection now that comes to his foreign ministry and to defense diplomacy perhaps is the next thing that Colonel Dirango will be talking about. Perhaps Colonel let us know a little bit about this concept, very interesting, known as defense diplomacy, that looks in diplomacy, the role of defense actors, and protection of marine resources. So perhaps we open to the space of Colonel Dirango.
Amazing. Thank you so much to Colonel Ndirango. Based on the context set by Professor and what Mr. Boynet has said, can you just tell us something small about defense diplomacy, especially in enhancing our marine reserves?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chan. Now, when it comes to the domain that we operate in, I think from all the speakers, you've seen that you cannot work in isolation, because as you can see, putting your foot just in the beaches in Mombasa, you're actually connected to everyone in the world. I don't know if you've ever imagined that. So we don't operate in isolation. Everything that happens, not only in the Kenyan waters or any other region, also affects us, and it's important that we monitor such engagements so that we can be able to prepare and adequately react to this. So in military diplomacy, just like any other, we rely heavily on the security architectures that we have. As you've heard, Madam has rightly put, that we have the Djibouti Code of Conduct, which is the basis of the security architecture that we have in the Western Indian Ocean. But we don't just work within that. That is an initiative that was brought by the IMO, and we are very happy from what the pillars, the 4 pillars of the Code of Conduct has allowed us to share information between each country, to be able to share infrastructure that we have, especially in training, sharing knowledge in developing strategies that are common to us, because what you see out at sea is that there is a lot of duplication of what happens in other regions. If you look at piracy, the way it was here off the coast of Somalia,
cannot work in isolation. So what we do is that we have both multilateral, bilateral agreements that we have with our partners, in which we share information through different avenues. We have the Regional Maritime Information Sharing Center, which brings all this information together. And then now we can decide on who is best equipped to react to any threat. As you can see, for the example that I gave on the drug capture that was there last year, this was a combination of a lot of information that was collected through time. Just monitoring the vessel as to where it was moving, and now ensuring that Kenya gets to interdict that particular vessel. It took a lot of cooperation between not only the other countries within the Western Indian Ocean, but also partners from the United Nations, as Madam is going to the UNODC. They played a very pivotal role in also giving us intelligence-led information that allows us to react accordingly. So you cannot work alone. It's important that we all come together, and that is why the navies operate in different, to ensure that we have interoperability, that we all understand the common threats, how they act, the common patterns that they have, so that we can all be able to react according to the threat that is there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lieutenant Colonel. You've really brought out a very good aspect of collaboration. We all agree that no man is an island. So similarly to states, I doubt other states can ever work in isolation. There definitely needs to be some level of collaboration between us. If you want to walk fast, you walk alone. But if you want to walk far, you definitely need to hold someone's hand. Thank you so much, Colonel, for that. But maybe I have a question for you before we wind up. What lesson can we, as the students, learn from the role of naval diplomacy in ensuring that there is regional stability?
I think, to me, when I joined the Navy, and this is maybe a personal story that majority of us may not know, there is so much to understand about the maritime domain. When you go to the beach, the small part of what you entertain yourself with goes a very long way in what happens beyond just that. The ocean connects all of us, and simple activities, for example, polluting the oceans. Simple acts like throwing trash. What we don't know is that all that trash, through the way the oceans operate, they accumulate in different places. And you can imagine if the trash that you dump ends up in somebody else's backyard in a different country, which is does not offer very well. So what I would say is that the oceans are open spaces that any of us can be able to engage in. There are a lot of ways that one can engage with the oceans, and that is why the whole idea of the blue economy. It is multifaceted. There's so much that you can do, not only from a security standpoint, but from a diplomatic standpoint. There are a lot of things that you can do within the maritime space.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. Before we go far, I'd like to open this chance to the students for an individual with a question, maybe just before we wrap up. We don't want to be selfish. So if you have a question channeled to any of the gentlemen, feel free to raise your hand and a mic will be brought where you are.
Before we go to the questions, I think one Ibrahim has something to add on that.
Sure, you can go ahead.
Thank you very much. Of course, I just wanted to add, because in your question you asked about defense and diplomacy.
Yes.
So that ties the both of us. Yes. And I thought I could say one or two things about that. Well, the KDF, the Kenya Defense Forces, and the Ministry of Defense are one of the actors, of course, recognized in even our policy document. Of course, and these ambassadors and high commissioners here can attest, embassies and high commissions actually provide diplomatic infrastructure also for our military personnel to engage with their counterparts from other countries. So, I mean, foreign affairs provides the infrastructure, and I think former IG here can attest because he works at the intersection of both the, both of us and other actors also in the security sector. In terms of stability, you see, diplomacy is the forerunner for defense. But at times, defense can also be a forerunner for diplomacy. Because, and I mean, it also speaks about, the whole idea of a whole of government approach and all of society approach. The academics in this hall here know that foreign service and diplomacy is no longer a preserve of those of us working in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Professor here is also an actor by telling us about the stories on Bandung and things that, for me, I mean, are not very clear, but he actually put it in very granular terms. So, I mean, defense, when they go and actually under the Djibouti Code of Conduct or under the Atlanta operation, interact with their counterparts from other countries across the seas and also continents. They bring about stability in the Indian Ocean space, and with that, make us more stable. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. And I just want to footnote what our colleague from Foreign Affairs has just said. And I want to add the reason why we are here. And the reason why we are here is to share our experiences and to put even thicker footnotes to that intersection between the academy and practice. So those of us seated here are practitioners. Some still active, some semi-active, including myself. And he spoke about the embassy being a canvas in which many other actors are allowed to operate. So in a mission, you find foreign affairs, you find labor, you find education, you even find health, you find intelligence people, etc., etc. And the thing that I want to emphasize for this particular context is the fact that diplomacy is very, very dynamic and is ever evolving. And I'm sure Professor has taught you the evolution of diplomacy. Right from the days of Vienna, the conferences of Westphalia, etc., up to this point in time. So what I'm encouraging you is keep up pace with the times so that you don't, you keep up pace with the times with a view to being prepared for tomorrow. You heard Ambassador Karigidhu speak about the competencies that will be required, that are required today and tomorrow. So that means you need to adequately prepare yourself here, of course with the support of Professor here and others here, to be able to position yourself appropriately to take advantage of the opportunities that are available tomorrow. And this is one such thing, and I really want to commend the university for calling this, organizing rather this extremely important day. Capacity building, capacity building, capacity building. I thank you.
Almost biting my head off, but I'm reading the spirit here. We are here because of the students, and it will be very fair if we had a round of questions. And let's just keep it to one question. Make it loaded but straightforward. At least 3 students, and then if time permits, we'll go to another 3. Don't be too scientific. Feel free to ask any question, but let it be diplomatic.
Thank you. First, I'd like to say thank you to the panelists for the amazing session. Asante sana. My name is Waweru Munyaga. I'm a student of international relations, diversified in different, facets of international relations. That's global diplomacy, humanitarian diplomacy, and security studies. This is channeled to Lieutenant. Somalia's entry into the EAC 2024-2026 brings the longest coastline in mainland Africa to the bloc. And seeing that the government of Kenya is also reopening the Somalia-Kenyan border, how can Malaysia and Indonesia, which are masters of the archipelagic economy, provide a blueprint for Somalia and Kenya to harmonize their maritime laws and kickstart a unified East African Community Coast Guard? Yeah.
Thank you very much for the question. Now, under the East African community, we have what we call the East African Standby Force. Now, this force is there to react to any of the challenges that the region has. I think you saw at some point in DRC, we had a team from East Africa that was deployed around I think it was the border between DRC and Rwanda. Now, also, when we rehatted into Somalia, you see the majority of the countries that are actually deployed under the AMISOM mission was countries from the East African community, where we have Uganda joining us, we had Rwanda also joining us, Burundi was there. So all this allows us to assist our neighbors in ensuring that they have the correct environment so that they can be able to establish their government. And with that, now governance can also come in. And this governance, we know that will also move into now the maritime space. I know that Somalia is building their coast guard, and eventually, I know they will eventually be able to develop their navy, and with that also, they will be able to secure the vast coastline that they have. And of course, within the confines of the East African community, we'll be able to also share our expertise, also share our platforms in terms of sharing information, because every asset that we have out at sea is also a picket that can be able to share what they see in the region that they have. You know, maritime domain is very peculiar because it not only covers the surface of the ocean, but it goes even under the ocean and also covers the aerial part of the ocean. So a ship and any asset that's out at sea is usually a sensor that can be allowed to collect information. So we, within that confine of East African community, will be able to share that information and strengthen their security within their maritime domain. Thank you very much.
Okay. Good afternoon. Can I guide a bit? Because we have guests and they are becoming anxious because of time, and they would want to leave. So what I will request is, because we still have another panel, those who have questions, can you write them down so that they are addressed by the panelists? I think it's easier. You write and pass them to the front, then they can be read even by the other team. As they continue, they will be part of that discussion. Is that fair? Because we must leave this by 2:45, we must be done by everything, as per the program. Remember, I made a promise in the morning. Okay? Is that okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. And with that, I think we have winded this panel. If you can give us a closing statement, and then we'll invite the next panel. We are not going to have two panels, but just one panel, and then we wind up. Prof, 30 seconds.
For the directions, and I think we can utilize the gentlemen here. Let's just give them a round of applause. And I'm sure the conversation will continue even in a round. Thank you so much, and I'm sure you'll share a lot later.
Thank you. The panel that is led by Professor here from the School of Arts and Social Sciences, and the fact that they have integrated our student to be part of that is very important. Now, the last session. I think you're smiling when you hear the last, right? The last session. So we had two panels. We are combining into one, and I want to call the moderator here. Daktari should be coming here, actually running. And so that you can invite your guests, we want the panel will consist of Rovini De Silva, High Commission of the Democratic Socialist Republic of Sri Lanka, Piapon Patanan, Child Affairs Royal Thai Embassy. Thank you. Please, a hand clap as they come. Encourage them on. Mr. Paul Karaoke, Armed Forces Program Advisor, International Committee of the Red Cross. Mr. Kiruja Michemi, Project Manager, Djibouti Code of Conduct. Please encourage them as they come. And also we are having on the same panel we may want more seats because this panel is 8 members. We are going to guide how we do this very quickly. We have Mr. Mustafa, I think, no, that way it's done. His Excellency Maria Charlotte Tang, Ambassador Extraordinary. And then we have His Excellency Ruzaimi Mohammed, High Commission of the Federation of Malaysia to the Republic of Kenya. Please encourage them as they come. His Excellency Ambassador Nancy Karigithu, Kenya Special Envoy to the Blue Economy, and then Dr. Solomon Jenga. So what our moderator is going to do is called quick fire. It means you have the knowledge, you are the expert, you have 60 seconds to respond to only one question that the moderator is going to do. And then quickly after that, you are going to have gifting, and then we close up and we have a prayer session, we close up and we take a group photograph. Remember, there's a photograph at the end. Daktari, carry on.
Okay, thank you so much. For me, my name is Felix Kimutai. I'll be coordinating the second or the last panelist. And so I'll just go straight to the question because I want to be diplomatic. And when we say we are diplomatic in time, and when you go to negotiation in diplomacy, we always observe time. So I'll just go one question by the representative, and I'll start with the representative from the Indonesian. We have a representative from the Indonesian. Then we go to Philippines. Yes, straight to the Philippines. We'll start with you. And the question goes straight to say that how that Philippines, because you have moved away from this, the 9th line with China, and you have to stay alone as Philippines, manning out your maritime issues. How is that the practice you are using can benefit Kenya?
So 60-second answer, very, very simple. The speakers have already touched on this. First, we have to uphold a rules-based international system. And for the Maritime Commons, this means we should follow international law. And for disputes, this have to be settled peacefully. And even if you have law, diplomacy matters very much, whether it's bilaterally or multilaterally, because law provides the common standard by which we operate. We all have, with law, we signed on to the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea. We all agreed to abide by those rules, and we should follow them whether you're a big state or a small state. So this is a common standard, and Philippines and Kenya, we should advocate and promote the rule of law as far as the oceans is concerned. And then we continue to use diplomacy to persuade others to also follow the same. So this can be in the bilateral and multilateral space. So 60 seconds.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I go to the second, is that High Commissioner from Malaysia. Yes, the question will go that in Malaysia, you have something which is called Malacca Strait Patrols, yes, and the surveillance for the patrolling of the oceans. Mm-hmm. How is that this can be transferred to Kenya context?
Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, I think that question is about the same question posted to the Lieutenant Colonel, Jirangu, yeah. So, yeah, we, in the security in the Straits of Malacca, we not only working alone, we work with Indonesia because we share the border with Indonesia and also Singapore. So 3 countries looking after the security of the Straits of Malacca. Straits of Malacca is a small passage, small for ships route. At the nearest point, at clear weather, we can see from Malaysia to Indonesia, the main island of which is called Sumatra. So the aerial surveillance, we use aircraft, of course, and we also have another 2 agencies looking after the water or monitoring the water security, which is one is the naval force, and then the other one is what we call, last time we had police marine, but now it is called maritime agency. So we have 2 security agencies looking after the security along the Straits of Malacca. I think I answered that question. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Then we go to I think that is well answered, well captured. We go to Ambassador Nancy, and we say that drawing from your experience on maritime law, ocean governance and national strategy, we say that the oceans of Kenya has a lot of resources. And how is these resources can be tapped, especially energy. We have infrastructure. How is this can be tapped in terms of diplomatic engagement?
Thank you so much. And I think we will not escape diplomacy and collaboration because, as you heard in the EEZ, we have the right, or as a country, we have the right of exploitation. I think the first thing we have to do is come up with the right policies, come up with policies that standardize everything, that makes everything clear to the investors, clear to the people who want to establish business, because then finance will flow into an area where they know where how the rules are, and where there is a, can I say, a level playing field. We know we come from an area or a region where finance doesn't just flow constantly because of the risks that have been branded to us, you know, as a region, and therefore policies and regulatory framework that is clear and understandable will help us now bring in the diplomatic, bilaterals, and other agreements that will help us exploit the resources, establishing businesses together, either at bilateral or regional levels.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that. So I'll move to the next speaker, who is Dr. Solomon Jenga from the Mashariki Research, that is a think tank. And my question will go to, as a think tank, how can you balance between, when you're advocating or you're doing your research, how can you advocate between the maritime security development and diplomacy?
Thank you so much. As a think tank called Mashariki Research and Policy Center, we work across the 10 WIO, what we call Western Indian Ocean strip, and also working across the 16 African countries. One of the challenges that we have seen, probably for diplomacy and also for security, going through across even in the port of Berbera in Somaliland, going all the way to Bagamoyo port in Tanzania, and crossing over to the new expansion of the port of Djibouti, and also now coming home to Kenya in Lamu. One of the challenge is that the implementers are keeping community as an agent of intelligence. Communities have been taken at the peripheral. and economic development have been given much of airtime because they are coming to, you know, to bring out the economic aspect of the community. Now, ask yourself, why has communities in Lamu have gone to court to fight for Lamu Port? And yet we know that Lamu Port is there to help them. The diplomacy comes into inability to communicate with the community. What is this that we are doing? How does this project affect you? And the issue of allowing the community to come up with a solution to the problem that is surrounding there, or rather where there is development. So diplomacy and security management, if you skip the community, then definitely you will always attract violence. And even, and especially in the Lamu port, where near Somalia, there are actually, communities know what we call panya routes. You know, those routes that terrorists come through and, you know, do whatever they want to do. So community intelligence is missing. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that. Then we move to the Acting High Commissioner for Sri Lanka to Kenya. We're saying that in Sri Lanka that you have a lot of investment and promote, that is port-led development and enhance regional trade, especially in maritime. How is that Sri Lanka experience can help also improve on East Africa community?
Sri Lanka is known as the pearl of the Indian Ocean. Pearls are valuable as well as beautiful, same as Sri Lanka. It's beautiful and valuable and placed in the most strategic location in the Indian Ocean. So I believe Sri Lanka has leveraged its position very correctly. We are currently operating 7 commercial ports, including the port of Colombo, which is known as the best port in the South Asia and ranked 22nd in the world ports. So the main takeaway from Sri Lanka is leverage your position. Wherever you come from, leverage it and take the best advantage of the political powers around you. Sri Lanka is playing very fairly and balancedly both with India and China. And we are investing on the Port City Colombo, which is US dollars $14 billion project. And with that, I think we are balancing both powers at the same time. And that is how it is working for the Sri Lankais.
Thank you. Then we move to, that is Royal Thai Embassy. And we are saying that in Thailand, we have something which is called Eastern Economic Corridor. And we say that how is it that in this one, Eastern Economic Corridor, that we can enhance what is called public-private partnership to improve the Indian Ocean? Yes, that's the question. You have it.
Okay. So I know that we are getting late in the evening, in the afternoon, so I'll give you a few numbers. All right. The Eastern Economic Corridor is situated in the eastern region of Thailand. It covers, well, there are numbers that I'm going to give now. 3, 1.3, 5, 15, and 4. Okay, so the first 3 is, it's about 3 provinces in the eastern region of Thailand. So it covers 41 economic zones within that EEC. The 1.3 is the land that's going to be, that is designated for the 41 zones for the economic, Eastern Economic Corridor. And it covers 5 clusters, which is, the first one is automotive and robotics. The second one is health and well-being. The third one is smart logistics. The fourth one is 5G and digital. And the last one is bio, circular, and green economy. So the next one is the 15. 15 is since we started with the EEC, we have the EEC has contributed to 15% of our GDP, and we are expecting it to grow. And 4 is my last number, is meaning if you're going to make this possible for your economy, you have to link 4 things together. The first L is it's about land, as I already said. The second one is about logistics. We have land, air, sea, and rail putting together. We have 2 deep sea ports. We have rail links that are going to link 3 airports together. The current one in this eastern corridor is going to be enhanced. It's going to serve not only as industry, but also tourism, community that's going to grow. There is going to be a smart city. There's going to be a university, institutions that are going to serve the economic zone. And the last one is the law, meaning there is specific law that covers and facilitates the EEC. It also facilitates the visa for experts, investors, as well as work permit.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much for that. So I think we move to Mr. Paul Kariuki, who is the ICRC Armed Forces Program Advisor. And we are saying that when we talk about security armed forces, we always talk about what is called traditional security or hard security. Where is the balance between the humanitarian security when it comes to the maritime issues? Because also there are also humans in the maritime issues.
Thank you, Chair. If you allow me, I will start with stating the ICRC mandate, which is an impartial, neutral, and independent humanitarian organization has an exclusive humanitarian mission of protecting victims of armed conflict and other situations of violence and providing them with assistance. Now, this shapes the way we look at the maritime domain with a significant focus on during times of armed conflict and the humanitarian consequences therein. If you look at the maritime domain, it has distinct characteristics. And one of them is it's vast, and I think somebody spoke about that, and this creates a problem of deconfliction. Law of naval warfare requires that you distinguish between legitimate and illegitimate targets. Now, because of this vastness, the strength of intelligence, effective command and control, and surveillance is diminished, meaning high chances of mistakes. Further, there's a tendency and emphasis on power projection, and subsequently, the strategy of area denial in the current effort of exerting global powers. Now, this means that the consequences of conflict is far-reaching. A conflict that's happening in some corner in the northern pole of the world has a significant influence on the southern pole. For instance, you look at the fuel prices, the impact is significant. Now, it means that there is need for concerted efforts, including diplomacy. What happens, because sometimes you employ diplomacy to prevent conflict. What happens when that diplomacy fails and there's a conflict? It means diplomacy kicks in to ensure that law of naval warfare is respected and humanitarian considerations are taken are considered in naval operations. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think we'll pass the mic to the person in charge of Djibouti code, and the question will be that how is that the IMO say that how is that we're going to make sure that Djibouti, being a strategic country, and also Kenya, and also I want you to wrap it up now as for the panelists, that as you coming from what you call Global South, which is part of us, that is Kenya, Djibouti, and the rest, and these people coming from Asian countries, how is it that we are going to ensure that whatever they have said, we are going to tap it for our own beneficiaries as a Global South?
Thank you very much. I'll maybe just mention a little bit about IMO. IMO is a UN specialized agency responsible for safety, security, and protection of marine environment from shipping. Now, the program that I work with is the Djibouti Code of Conduct and the Jeddah Amendment. The Djibouti Code of, I think from this conversation, it's more about the lessons that we've learned and how you can utilize the provisions contained in especially the Jeddah Amendment in realizing the aspirations that countries have for the blue economy. First of all, starting from the lessons, when the Djibouti Code was signed in 2009, by 21 regional states, starting from Egypt to South Africa, all the way to the Maldives in the east, as well as the Gulf of Aden countries. At that point, and I think that was highlighted when Ambassador Karigido talked about where we've come from when it comes to maritime sector. And even today, we still find most of the countries being very land-centric. At that point, regional countries were seen as synonymous with sea blindness. And usually, maritime dialogue for the region was generally dominated by extra-regional actors. In fact, until quite recently, if you had a regional maritime security conference, even in Nairobi, most of the participants and speakers will be from outside. So, but I think we've come a long way from there. Now, in terms of moving forward, the lessons I was talking about, we learned about the need for what is called the whole of government, that countries must work together, as well as not just working together, but you cannot have effective regional cooperation if you don't have national cooperation. Because what happens, normally, no one agency has a monopoly over the maritime sector. Everybody has different responsibilities. You've got to create frameworks that allow for those institutions to work together. And I'm actually very pleased listening to the conversations today, especially the presentation from Canon Durango about the role the Kenya Navy is doing today. Because I remember, I'm also, my background is the Navy, but I remember at that point, for us, the role of the Navy was to fight wars. So we wait until war breaks out, maybe we fight Somalia. But there is now the realization of the role of the navies in contemporary maritime security, which they play a very key role. And also when Kenya's participation in naval diplomacy, especially joining Combined Maritime Force, being a key player there, that is really a very big step forward. And also, I think even most importantly, under the Djibouti Code, Kenya is the chair of the Working Group 3 on coordination of operations at sea. Basically, previously, any interventions at sea were mainly done by international naval forces with the minimal cooperation. There was no framework that actually allowed, apart from the bilateral, for example, maybe EU naval vessel could contact Kenya to take custody of suspects that have been arrested. But now there's a mechanism that allows for countries to take action and also be part of the dialogue, not only wait when the problem has arisen. Thank you.
So thank you so much. A round of applause for this one. I haven't received any question from the students, so I assume that it's okay. So thank you so much, the panelists. And for my closing remarks, I see that I'll talk about the thematic area where we talk about Shia's perspective on blue economy, maritime security and diplomacy, and why Kenya and the Asian countries is because they have experience and we need experience. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. First, let us appreciate the moderator of the year. He tried to squeeze within the little time given. And all the panelists, thank you very much. Dupisa, you should be moving forward right now. We want to gift our guests. All our guests are going to get something from Daystar University. This is coordinated by the students. Dupisa. Right, and I want also to humbly request Professor, Vice Chancellor, Academic Research and Students Affairs, Samuel Moreithi, there's a way he pronounces that for us, that will going to help us in this gifting. So we promise that we are going to finish by 3. Number 2, even as the gifts come, we want to appreciate all the speakers. And please, when I say appreciate, just clap. All the speakers. The discussions were very rich, and I've consulted with my colleagues, the Dean School of Arts, Social Sciences, and the HOD Peace and International Studies. We can't do this in one day. We need 2 days, the next one. And so help me to welcome again Mr. Mustafa Ibrahim, right? Deputy Director General and Head of Policy Research as he comes to the gift. So, followed by His Excellency, Ambassador Extraordinary Wijaksono Aji. Thank you so much, Ambassador, for staying with us even up to this time. Followed by Mr. Joseph Boynet, former Inspector General of Police, utumishi kwa wote. He has gone. If someone can pick the gift for him, he has left. Followed by, Lieutenant Colonel Ernest Ndirangu, Deputy Commander, Kenya Naval Training College. Thank you so much. In that order. And then we have Her Excellency Ambassador Nancy Karigithu, Kenya Special Envoy for Maritime and Blue Economy, in that order. Then we go to Her Excellency Marie Charlotte Jitang. Please come forward. And she's the Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary of the Republic of the Philippines, followed by Her Excellency Ruzaimi Mohammed, High Commissioner of the Federation of Malaysia, the clubs. Clap knowing after this we go for lunch. Thank you very much for the clubs. Followed by Her Excellency, I think Ambassador has already picked us, followed by Dr. Solomon Jenga, Director of Research and Programs, Mashariki Research Policy. Thank you, Dr. Njenga. We also have Ms. Ruvini De Silva, Acting High Commissioner of the Democratic Socialist Republic of Sri Lanka. Then we have followed by Ms. Piapon Putanapan, Charge d'Affaires, Royal Thai Embassy Nairobi. Makofi ko wapi jamani? Followed by Mr. Paul Karaoke, Armed Forces Program Advisor, International, I think he picked. Please go on. International Committee of the Red Cross, thank you very much. Followed by Mr. Kiruja Mishemi. If you have picked, probably your name is twice. That is the Project Manager, Djibouti Code of Conduct, Jeddah Amendment, International Maritime Organization. Yeah. And a hearty clap to all our invited guests. Thank you so much for honoring to spend the diplomatic day with us. And can we also appreciate Professor, none other, Samuel Moreithi, our Vice Chancellor for today.
Again, it's just to say thank you very much. This day has been a success. We have tried our best, but now I will urge you to get to our classes. Today we invited you. When we invite you to come to our classes, please be there so that you can answer all the questions that the students have. We've also learned our lesson. I think we bite too much today. Next time, it will be a bit relaxed. Asanteni, God bless you. Now you are part of Daystar. I think the part where we planted the trees, we will call it the Excellencies Diplomatic Corner. Yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. As Prof leaves the stage, I want to invite the choir, start lining up. We are almost winding. And also I want to invite Dupisa for the closing remarks. Professor.
Dupisa Kwanza, then we pray. The choir can be singing as people leave.
Yes. Dupisa, closing remarks. And I'm saying, Dupisa, that is a student representation. You should be sprinting to this place. Please, Dupisa, closing remarks. Please align. Yeah. So just stand by. We'll let you know. Dupisa, you've taken now 2 minutes.
DVC ARSA, distinguished ambassadors and guests, university leadership, members of faculty, fellow students, ladies and gentlemen, a pleasant afternoon to you all. As we come to the close of this insightful and engaging forum, Diplomatic Day 2025, it is my great honor to deliver the vote of thanks on behalf of DUPISA and the entire planning committee. My name is Diana Mwende, a third-year student pursuing international relations and a student leader representing the School of Arts and Social Sciences, where I serve in Congress. I would like to express our sincere appreciation to the Deputy Vice Chancellor, the Dean of School of Arts and Social Sciences, and Dr. Musembi for gracing this occasion. Thank you for your continued support for creating an environment where such conversations like what we've had today and our student-led initiatives can take place. I would also like to extend our gratitude to Dr. Musia for your wisdom and your invaluable thoughts in the planning of this event. Allow me to thank Professor Nika for guiding the development of the concept note and mentoring our students like Maki and Consolata in preparation for this event. I would also like to thank our panelists for their shared perspectives today. Allow me to also appreciate the Corporate Affairs Department led by Ms. Damaris for facilitating the photography, the protocol, the advertisements, the banners, the mainstreaming of this event as it is live on YouTube. The Daystar production team, and special appreciation to Rachel, Jean, Ian, and Cedric. Thank you so much. Also, allow me to give my gratitude to the University Estate Management for ensuring that we have tents in place for the embassy booths, ensuring that the catering arrangements are done, the transport, the security, and the ICT department as well. Nimbaya. Okay, at this point, I would like to recognize the DUPISA team, a student-led association that collaborated with the Congress in organizing this event. Dalmas Bukasu, Alma Phil, Makia, kindly stand up wherever you are. Abby Michelle, Hope Baraka, and Whitney. Thank you so much. A round of applause to them, please. Okay. 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 I would like to recognize the mother of our department, as Dr. Musia fondly refers to her, Madam Winnie, who is the patron of DUPISA. Kindly stand. She chaired all our meetings since last year in the preparation for this very day, every Saturday and Sunday, ensuring that everything was in place and always availing herself whenever we needed guidance. So we sincerely appreciate your commitment and support. And finally, to all the students who have attended today, both physically and those joining us online, thank you for taking your time to register and for turning up in such great numbers and for your continued support to the department. We hope that you've gained insights that will be useful to your academic work and also your endeavors. Continue networking and engaging with our guests, capturing the moment, and remember to tag and follow DUPISA. Thank you so much for your attention. God bless you all, and God bless Daystar.
More flowers for her. Ishinzi.